How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome in. Hope we're all well. Good morning to you all. Today, I want to finally get Loremaster hopefully done on my first alt. I'm trying to get, to a level where I am what I would consider 10.1 ready. I'm looking way ahead now. Obviously, 10.0.7 is just a filler patch. We know that. I want to get to a point where I am 10.1 ready for two reasons. Shit's about to get busy. With Diablo 4, the beta for Diablo 4 launching next Friday. I want to be able to hit that, and I want to be able to hit that really hard. And if I want to be able to do that, I need to get most of my WoW stuff ready, because there's a strong chance. Also, City Skylines 2. Yes, I saw there's an announcement trailer for that. I saw Biffa put a video out talking about it. I am yet to watch it. I am yet to watch the trailer. I'm going to watch that today, because that's. I knew it was in production. I knew they were making City Skylines 2. But now an announcement trailer for it. Do we have release dates? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I want to have a little bit of a look into that. I'm super keen to get on board with that one. That's for sure. I really enjoy playing City Skylines. And if they're going to make a second one, I'm all over that like a rash. So yeah, stuff's about to get busy. Life's about to get real busy. So this is the kind of the January, February, March period of the year is where most game developers don't really do much of anything, right? There's nothing really being released. But then in the next few months, in the run up to summer, it all gets a little bit crazy. There's stuff all over the place. And I want to play all the stuff. Happy sunny morning to you. Yes, it's very nice. I might have the curtains drawn in here still, but that's because I like to keep a uniform light in here for when I stream. But yes, it's very nice outside. Had to dig out the old sunglasses this morning, which was cool, when taking the old doggos for a walk. Let's turn the tunes down just a touch so I don't feel as if I'm shouting over the music. But I hope everybody's well. If you play on Team NA, it's going to be reset later today. For us over on Team EU, though, we've got the rest of the day to get stuff done. I did actually get the basic stuff done yesterday. I know we did a whole bunch of it on stream. I got a couple of characters, got their knowledge points for the week. I've done the knowledge point grind on all of my characters now, so I'm just playing and, pushing forward. I am now nearly 20 plus. Now, I don't strictly need to get my alts completely capped, but there is usually somewhere, where can I find it? Here we go. There's usually some crafter's knowledge available at the top end of the rep trees. So I kind of want to get those. This is my blacksmith. This is my enchanter. Two professions, which I'm keen to get just as many knowledge points as possible, because they're big ticket professions. And I'm very close. Dragon scale, I only need to get to 23, and then we're good. Centaurs, we only need to get to 24. We're less than a single renown away. Tuskars, I think it's 24 I need to get to with these fellas. It might even be further. That worries me, actually. Yeah. 24 with the fishy fellas. But I'm still working through the Azure span. So there should hopefully be. Oh, that dude's up in 25 minutes. Yeah, remind me of that. We need to go slap him. Good opportunity for some dragon shards. I'll kill him on my main. Actually, let's plan for said event. Let's get him over there. Let's get him over there and see what's going on. Additionally, one thing I might look at doing today, I've not decided. We'll see how my my Loremaster on my main alt goes. Tempted to get Project Pet up and running again. I'm thinking that in this downtime between patches, when things are not looking overly rosy, I'm thinking it might not be the worst idea to get some of the more passive gold making things on the go again. E.g. Project Pet, for those of you that may or may not know. Project Pet for me is basically pet selling, but on as many realms as I can feasibly do it on. Buying and selling pets as and when they're, the right prices. To give people a rough project sinkhole, I mean, that's almost a better name for it. We dumped about 10 million gold into Project Pet towards the end of Shadowlands. Now, it's going to be slightly more frustrating going forward, because I don't think it's going to be so easy to track the results anymore, because I don't think TSM and TSM Ledger are really reliable. But the reality is we have a monstrous amounts of pets. We spent about 10 million gold buying pets, sending them different places, and we'd sold a fair amount of them already. We hadn't made a profit yet, but we were not far off breaking even, if I vaguely remember. Either way, I'm tempted to get Project Pet up and running again, because I do have my suspicions, right? I have my suspicions that at some point, maybe during Dragonflight, this could be quite cool if it happens during Dragonflight. But I do feel that they're going to push even more onto the region-wide auction house. I suspect that the way the architecture for the auction house works behind the scenes is that it's probably two systems running now. You have the local realms and their local auction houses, which are all, dedicated entities, and then there's a completely separate physical server structure for the region-wide stuff. And it wouldn't surprise me if they want to move more to the region-wide. And one thing that could very, very easily be a target for that is pets. So I want to take advantage of the fact that pets can be individually sold on individual realms for varying prices. And I want to take advantage of that before the opportunity goes away. Koshian with the Prime, thank you very much. Good morning to you. Welcome, welcome. Can you come over to Wildhammer and buy all my pets that haven't sold for years, please? My buying procedure for pets was quite strict. I wish I could remember what it was, but I had I need to revitalize Project Pet before I start buying anymore. I need to log on to all of the servers. I wonder, actually, this is interesting. I wonder if that account has even got game time on. No, subscription expired. That account doesn't even have the account that I use for Project Pet doesn't even have game time on right now. But yeah, we'll see. What I really want to do, though, is, like I said, I want to continue to get this character leveled through. I'm basically just going through each zone, doing everything I can. So what should end up happening is when I look at Waking Shores now, there shouldn't be many question marks. There is a question mark up here. There's a couple that Zygor doesn't tell me to automatically do. But I can go back and check those. And Iron Plains should be in the same position right now, where there shouldn't realistically be many question marks on the map. Maybe only one or two bits and pieces. A Day in the Groves. That's the Valdrakken quest line. That gives an entire renown level, if I remember correctly. Yeah, phone, I get you. Azure Span. Obviously, we're working through this. I've chipped away at a bunch of it. I'm still going through this. This is why there's lots of question marks over here that we need to finish. Most of which is going to give me I would imagine most of this is going to give me reputation with the fish fellas, which is not really my highest priority, but I'd rather work through it, get it done. And then Thaldrassus, we've not really done much, if anything, of, which is why there's lots available here. But cleaning the map of quests is the quickest and easiest way to get this reputation. And we don't need too much more. We are literally a matter of minutes away from Valdrakken, actually. And past 24, we don't need anything. Tuskars, we needed to get to 24. Actually, this character's really, really close to being not 100%, but 95% done. One level with the centaurs, one level with the one level with the dragon scale, about 400 rep with Valdraken, and then a shitload of the fishy fellas, which we could arguably just pay to win to get. I could skip this entire process of doing all the quests. We might be closer than I thought. My first pre-roll and high. Pre-roll should be... I have it set so that pre-roll shouldn't be a thing. The only people that get pre-rolls should be people who turn up maybe within the first 10 minutes of the stream going live. So if you're a real early bird, you might get a pre-roll. But after that, it's set so that enough ads play that pre-rolls shouldn't ever be a thing. At least unless Twitch have changed something. Because I hate pre-rolls. Pre-rolls kill viewership. I'm on Wildhammer. Prices is too high. See, this is it. I can't even remember. Is Wildhammer its own server or is it a connected server with somebody else? I don't think I'm strictly on Wildhammer, but I might be on one of the connected realms. Although saying that, I'm only so far with Project Pet on the bigger realms. So if it's not a full pop or high pop, if it's only considered medium population, I don't think I'm actually there yet. There's usually one in this rock. There it is. Because it's a well-polished game. Wildhammer is paired with Thunderhorn. Okay, I don't recognise those, which leads me to believe I'm not on those realms. Collect waterfall sample. Alright. I think all my EU realms are dying. I wonder what... See... I don't think that Blizzard strictly needs... The only reason individual servers exist anymore, I'm nearly convinced of this, that the only reason individual servers exist is for lore reasons and for community-based reasons, right? Not even lore reasons, that's the wrong word. For community-based reasons. That you have guilds that have, you know, had a presence on a server for a long, long time. And in theory, at least, there are people that just know other people. Even if they've never played with those people, you see the same people running around. In theory, and I like to preface this is all in theory, because it feels a little bit like a pipe dream to me. It feels like Blizzard has wanted. What are we doing here? No samples. Blizzard have wanted this, you know, kind of like local feeling realms forever, but literally it only existed in vanilla. Maybe one or two expansions past that, but in the last 10 years there has not been a community feel, I don't believe, on any of the realms, which leads me to wonder why they don't just make regional servers. Why is there not just... Because the technology is there. There's no doubt that the technology is there. With all of the sharding, with all of the scaling, with all of... Like, the technology is clearly there that they don't particularly need. And now that they're pushing so much stuff to a region-wide auction house anyway, that's one more thing that is kind of working against the need for individual servers. That you have, you know... One thing, oh, well, you can't merge the servers together because they all have separate auction houses. You can't merge all the auction... Well, they've merged all the auction houses together. So, I mean, it would be a monstrous achievement for them to do, and it'd probably be at the detriment of an entire patch worth of content, I would imagine. But merging everybody into like an EU realm or an NA realm where you can group with anybody you like, you can, you know, join a guild with anybody you like. If you really want to make the world of Warcraft, I don't think there's enough, truth be told, I don't think there's enough players anymore to have quite so many servers. If you want the world of Warcraft, put everybody seemingly in the same server. 10 years ago, you could easily argue that, well, you can't do that for technical limitations, but I think technology has moved on far enough that it's entirely feasible. Because, like I said, that's why layering exists. That's why different shards exist. Which I presume can all be dynamically adjusted based upon, you know, concurrent player base.
Sweet profit together.
Hello, Manthe and chat.
Eliath, welcome in. Good to see you, my man. Welcome, welcome. 21 months, my man. That's some big numbers right there. Thank you very much. Don't generalize your experience. I play on a smaller server, and I can tell you this crafting definitely brought back a sense of community. The crafting probably could on the smaller realms. The like I said, I don't want to put out there that it doesn't exist. My point is it doesn't exist for the majority of players. Because a small server is a small server because not many people play there. So by proxy, the majority of other players are not experiencing that. Yeah, you know, if you look at the top realms in either EU, NA, whatever region you want, the top realms probably contribute 80% of the entire player base, which means realistically only 20% of people even play on a smaller server to even have the chance of experiencing that, because it's just not feasible anymore on the bigger realms. There's too many players. It's not possible for you to know 20,000 people. So is it more beneficial to appease the needs of the masses or the few? I don't know.
Maintain the order.
Still loving the content. Just didn't have time to engage more. Hey, do not worry. Do not worry. If you stop by for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or you're here every single day, I appreciate it all the same. Thank you very much. I would argue, and I would hope, that if real life is keeping you more busy, it's keeping you more busy for a positive reason. Video games are a hobby for most people.
I think I see a glimmer of something up there on that wall. Give it a climb and check, will you?
I've repaired several ley lines, and our friend here helped.
Yeah, see, this is all Tuskar reputation. 19 with these fellas now.
Some power has returned to it, but I fear something still is preventing.
Speak to Kalagos. Tell him I'm ready to see you call back the blue dragonfly. Do the thing. Skip the cutscene because we've seen it 12 times. Oh, technically we learnt a new dragon riding skill. Well, how about that?
Any mercy to Razageth.
Well, well, well. Why Loremaster? The main reason I'm doing Loremaster simply is because it's the easiest way to chip away at all of these without having to really think about it. And they're one-time rep gains. Once I've got as far as I can get through questing, which is, relatively quick and easy, it's at that point where I can look at using like alts, like rep tokens and stuff like that to top off anything that we're missing and that we still need. The main reason is because most of the renown paths have some profession knowledge at the sort of 24-ish point, which is always worthwhile getting your hands on. There's equally loads of rares I should probably kill, and you are right, 8 minutes on Mr. Grimstone. Need to make sure we don't miss that. Thank you very much, Eruptor. Ooh, a box. Yoink. Gear? Lies. That's not an upgrade. Oh shit, it is an upgrade. Sheesh. Collect some bandages. Do the sudden isolation quest before hitting 20 renown to get double the renown from the quest line. The sudden isolation quest. Oh, is that the Valdrakken quest that gives you like 2,500 rep for doing it? If that's the case, I've already done that one. Or is that for another faction? Sudden isolation. Who's that with? It's a Tuskar one. Am I on it already? Sudden isolation. Attempt to make contact with the fellas. Oh. Let's do that one real quick. Yeah, you're right. I remember that one. We also need to be careful that it's 6 minutes until I need to log off and kill that rare. It gives a 2,500 renown, 2,500 renown token. I know what you meant. I'm still renowned 12 on my main. Dare I say it, they are rookie numbers, even for a casual at this point. Honestly, it's well worth getting, putting focus into getting at least them capped on one character first, simply because then that character is going to give benefit to all of your alts that need that rep as well. This word of a worthy ally is worth its weight in gold. You want to, if nothing else, you want to get to 20 with all of the factions. I mean, arguably as soon as possible. Just PvP and repost transmogs. True, that might be your method of playstyle now, but that's not to say that it's not a bonus. I've just posted a video on YouTube, actually. I should probably check to see how it's doing. I posted a video on YouTube today talking about why it's worthwhile, even if it seemingly doesn't look very much worthwhile right now. It's very, very advantageous to get going and make sure you're leveling your crafting professions. I won't, go into too much detail because go watch the video, but needless to say, you should still be doing your crafting professions. Do we need to kill this dude? We do. Four minutes for Mr. Grimstone. Grinding my last renowned 20 at the moment. Still missing Dragon Scale Expedition. I think many people will have. I think many people will probably have got Dragon Scale first because of dirt farming. You get so many of these flipping. Where have they gone? They're in my bags here. These Dragon Isles artifacts. You get so many of these things. That's curious. How many have I got? One of my alts has got 273 of them in his bags. At this point, you should have gotten Dragon Scale 25 by accident. Oops, I just tripped over. I accidentally tripped over Max Renown with Dragon Scale, yeah. Who left that in the middle of the floor? Few quest lines, flags on the peaks, dirt piles, pretty easy. Yeah, it's not too bad. Dragon Scale 1's not too bad. It's far less grindy. I have slain your enemies, have seen proof of my deeds. Skip this conversation. Give me the... Okay, now it's all gone. Funky dunk, there we go. Alright, 2 minutes. Let's not risk it for a biscuit. Let's log out. Maybe Dark Moon Fair buff if you're getting rep. I know. Everybody always tells me I should keep the Dark Moon Fair buff up. I wish Dark Moon would go away. It annoys me every time it's up because I never ever bother to have the rep buff. I'm just going to make a weak aura that constantly says 59 minutes with the buff, even though I don't have it. It's one of those things that I absolutely know I should do, but I always forget. Right. 1 minute. 1 minute. I never get the Dark Moon buff. I just don't think about it. Neither do I. It just does not cross my mind. And then more importantly, the having to port about and fly about and run about to go get it every 60 minutes drives me mad. And I know there's other ways that you can go about getting it and keeping it and stuff, but I just can't be bothered, is the honest answer. An extra 10% efficiency would be beneficial. I'm not going to deny, but I still can't be bothered. Be nice if the token prices would drop on EU. The only way tokens will drop on EU is if goblins stop buying them with so much gold, or more people buy them with their credit card. There's not really any alternatives there. Token price has always been more expensive in the EU, always, and probably always will be, based upon the geographics and the real world economy. Far too many countries in Europe that rely heavily on the token for their game time, because the currency conversion from dollars is not favorable. Right, get ready with multi-shot. Get ready with multi-shot. He's apparently spawned. Doesn't look as if it's spawned. Damn. Looks like we're in a bugged shard. It's all these flipping hordes. Damn. Haha, fuckers! That's how you do it. Oh, look at all of the stuff. 2 dragon shards of knowledge and a bottled essence. And that is how it's done. Ha ha ha! All you horde suckers. What's the odds we can find another one? Oh. Oh no, that's the Azure span. Peace out. See you later. Nah, I think that's I think that's about as lucky as we can expect to get. Two dragon shards and a bottled essence. Don't mind if I do. See you later, losers. Look at all the loots. What did we get? 2 of these things at different item levels. 1 with indestructible on it. Streamer account. Feel like a loser, did not spawn on my realm. That's why you get ready to realm hop. If it doesn't spawn on your realm, move quickly. Find a realm where it has spawned. Somehow I managed to spawn onto a dead realm. I have no idea how I managed to do that, but alliance privilege, I guess. Well, 100 artisan's metal and 2 knowledge points. Don't mind if I do. And a spark. Still haven't got a spark 3 to 4 weeks after completion of the quest. I think I've only had like 2. They're certainly not, you know, dished out like candy yet. Okay, what are we doing here then? We are warm water river fishes. We're meant to be catching these fellas in a net, aren't we? I think we are. Go on, 3 in 1. 3 in 1! What a shot. 2 for 1. Bog off. Oh, missed. There we go. Where's this question mark? Ow, what's this here? A half-boiled fish. Ooh. Take this thing to somebody else, get a recipe. Alright, fine. Meanwhile, I used 3 sparks and I've got 10 in the bank. I think it's clearly a sign of the type of content you play, though. There's not seemingly all that much for casual Andes to do to get them. I think if you're competing, if you're doing the raid or you're doing Mythic Plus on any regular basis, you'll probably have more sparks than you know what to do with. Because they seem like very, very high target activities for gaining them. World boss is another good one, but obviously you've got the downside of that is literally one a week. One time a week. You either get it or you don't. Should be the other way around. It's based on a... They claimed it was based on the Legion Legendary system. Now, based on doesn't mean it's the same as, but the fact that they claim it was based on the Legendary system, it's a simple bad luck protection system, really. That each activity in the game that you do, whether it be a world quest or a dungeon or killing a raid boss or something like that, has a value to it. And it will increase your chances of getting a spark each and every time you do an activity up until the point you get a spark, and then that number resets. So your chance to get one increases and keeps increasing until you get one, and then you're good. Is what they claimed anyway. Killed all raid bosses on 3 difficulties and a few mythic for 3 weeks and seen 3. And I feel lucky. Well, this is it. Like, killing a raid boss is a activity. You know, so you've done 8, 16, 24. How many bosses are there this tier? I can't remember. 8, 16, 24 opportunities, and you've got 3. You know, that still means that the actual quantity of opportunities you've had is still quite small. One whalebone fragment. Harkan Grimstone just showed up. Check your map. No. There's absolutely no way. Absolutely no way. Oh my lord. What is going on? Alright, sure. Fine. He clearly waited until everybody pissed off. I was not as lucky this time, but I got Protector's Molten Cudgel 3 times. Crit verse, sure. What's this fella? Another rare's turned up. Oh, I'm not going all the way over there. That's never happening. "26 bosses, 3 weeks, around 50 mythic plus runs and 20 rares. And yet earlier you said you didn't have time to check in on the stream." I smell bullshit. I smell bullshit. Unbelievable. I'm only joking. That's the reason I don't check in on the stream. Fair. I don't really want any of these. I don't have cooking. When do we get the big ticket quest thing? When do we get the big thing? Who are we talking to? Deliver the materials to some fella. Clearly not that fella. Can we get rid of these? 91 gold apiece. Shit, when I meant to equip one of those? Oh no, I already had. Where's this crafter fella? There he is. What's he lurking over here for? Moron. Hello? Ignore me, bish. Have the materials. Alright, broke. My stream of luck today is somehow bugged out the crest. Don't insult Tuskar. Taliesin will haunt you. I'm sure I'll be fine. Can I talk to you yet? Have some materials, goddamn you. He doesn't seem to want to talk to me. Look, I'll be nice. Okay. Scenarios like this, we find another realm where maybe he's not bugged. Okay, annoyingly, he didn't move. Let's head to some different area of the map, then go back again. You gonna play game this time? No! Fucking genius. Well, I had to redo the quest when that happened. I assumed that might be the case. Alright, let's pick up some stuff again. One. Turn it off and turn it on again. That's often a very sensible way. But I'll just do it again quickly, it's fine. It's no bother to do it again. If it doesn't work second time, though, I might cry. Streamlock's gone now. Sad. Clearly I've had all of the luck I will ever get, Getting 2 dragon shards off 1 rare was clearly all the luck that I'm ever going to experience in my life. I should probably go take out health insurance. Or life insurance, even worse. There's a thing in the water, I can see it. Oh, do we have to catch those fish again? No, we don't have to catch the fish again. Did you sell some materials? Is it maybe because I went to the vendor? Did it sell some stuff? It shouldn't, because I don't know. Six. Honestly, it was probably a phasing thing because I ran off and then came back again. It's usually the most common cause for this. There we go. Let's try now. Yeah, see, he's chilling over here now, you see. I think when he's at the other spot, it doesn't work. I don't know why, but... There we go, fixed it. Ah, what? Now I can't talk to him again. You jesting? Stop. There. What? Continue. Complete quest. Boom! There we go. Take 4 bone spears, do something, okay. Take the bone spear, destroy some training dummies. Boom. Ah, that goddamn ruby gem cluster. I really should go and get this, but it seems weird to go and get this on a character that's not a jewel crafter, because it's pointless. But it's going to keep popping up on my map until I do it. Ah, stupid birds coming back to life. There we go. Still in combat? With who? Game? Do me like this. This quest line is seriously busted. What is this? You dropped... Oh! Are you kidding me? Flying, apparently. You have to walk back. What is this? 2006 all over again. I gotta walk back. Look how slow he goes. A walk back. Trudge through the waters. Get attacked by phoenixes. What are we meant to do now? Right, screw you. I'm a tank. I'll take it. You can get the crafting material for the pet and you can set up a public order for it, even if you can't use the recipe for the clusters, I think. Yeah, it's probably not a terrible idea, actually, as long as the pet can then be caged up afterwards. Probably smart. Right, stupid birdie. Get wrecked. There we go. Right. Nope, up this way. Oh, watch dialogue. It's the bit I always get so impatient with. It's like, oh yeah, just watch the dialogue. I wouldn't mind watching if it was voice acted, Blizzard. Don't get me started on voice acting again. Oof, sheesh. It's far too early in the morning to be ranting about the lack of voice acting in a AAA MMO game 18 years into its development. Apparently it's not. Is there anything I can do to help? Okay, that was it. Easy. Right, come on, you. We're going to walk back again because I suspect that this is going to be another one that's going to go bananas if we start flying. I've realised I need a bananas emote I need the emote of a banana. Any graphic designers in chat that wants to make me an animated banana emote? I thought I petted him. Oh, lure her with a toy. We're doing this in the wrong order. We've got to go get the thing, right? If I remember. Zygore's telling me to do this the wrong way around. Yeah, now we've got to go get the toy. Create lure. Wiggle the toy in front of the Otuk. So easily pleased. Genius. Alright, come on you. Fool. Bingo. Somebody made an add-on for himself with every quest text read by an AI reader, and for a non-professional effort, it sounded really good. There was I can't remember what it was called, but there was a full-on, like, very in-detailed add-on created a few years ago that tried to revitalize the entire questing experience with voice acting and like a completely different UI for it and all of that. And then Blizzard banned it. Outrageous. Banned it on copyright claims because they were they were interpreting. No, what? I can't remember what they even claimed. They were claimed that by creating voices for NPCs in the game, they were against Blizzard's copy because Blizzard. I don't know. It was some bullshit. Was that Bellula's add-on? Was it actually his add-on? Or I remember he did a video about it. I don't think it was strictly his add-on. Although it may have been. It may have been his first venture into game development. Maybe it was a few years more than a few years ago. I lose track of time. Either way, it felt a little bit, you know, silly that Blizzard would go so far out of their way to ban an add-on and to quite legally take it down as well on the basis of copyright infringement or something. Or they were protecting their IP or something silly. If you can't innovate, legislate, yeah, well that's clearly it, right? They didn't want to be shown up by some dude in his basement doing something that they for some reason haven't bothered to do and really probably quite arguably should have done in the 18 years the game's existed. So how dare somebody do a better job than what they could and should have done themselves. Let's squish them quick, right? I definitely don't agree with that approach. Let me clarify. Ooh, I think today's video is causing controversy. Hang on, let me read some of the comments for this real quick. Hell no. Use your influence to tell Blizzard that the player economy is broken. There's nothing Blizzard can do about it. Blizzard don't control the player economy. That's why it's called the player economy. No, just stop crafting because it's not worth the pain. Ah, yes, you're the kind of person that makes me rich. The new profession system's too complex for no reason. It does not make any profit crafting items at all. It's been months like this. If you take all into consideration, leveling a profession is really not worth your time. Not today, that's the point. The time investment for the little amount of profit you can make is just not worth it currently. Everybody is talking about profit again. What do I have to do? Genuinely, what do I have to do to try and remind people that ignore profit? Stop caring about profit. Genuinely, 100%, stop caring about profit, because profit is either here or it's not here. But people need to stop caring about profit. People who craft at a loss just don't know how to play the auction house. Just buy your mats when prices are low and sell your products when profits are high. Of course, you're not making any profits crafting and selling right away. I mean, true, but yeah, how can I go about explaining to people to just ignore profit, but put yourself in a position to which, when something does become profitable, that you are in the right place to take advantage of it? I guess it falls down to the whole, stop being reactionary and start, being ahead of... It's a mindset thing, I suppose, isn't it, more than anything else? Be proactive, not reactive. The reason to not do something should not be because it's not profitable. If that's your reason for not doing something, that's not the right reason. That's an excuse, but not a reason. The excuse for not doing something right now is because it's not profitable. But it's not the reason to not do it. There is still very, very good reason for leveling up your professions. Very, very good reason. Just because it's not going to make you a millionaire today doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. And this is the preface of crafting, and always has been, right? It's putting yourself in a position. Like, if you go out of your way to gain access to a recipe that you didn't have previously, it's a simple, people can understand that a lot more. That you get the ability, grants 2,500 reputation with the Tuskars. Boom. You get the ability, by learning something new, to craft that item whenever you want for the rest of time. It may not be profitable to craft it today, but what happens in 6 months' time when there's none on the auction house? You now have the recipe and can make that thing and put it up on the auction house, list it, and make profit from it instantly. If you wait until in 6 months' time it's not on the auction house before you go and learn how to get the recipe, you're going to miss the boat again. This is kind of the point, right? You gotta... This is going to be worth 5k to me now, right? Because I'm at 19. Should I level this up more to just before 20 and then press the button? I technically should, because then that will push me from almost 20 to almost 22. That will gain the most from it, or would it? Yeah, it probably would. 6 months, people don't have the patience for that. Most people want it now. I mean, 6 months was just a number I pulled out the air. That was just a number I pulled out my ass. The point is it could become profitable tomorrow. You don't know. But my point is you want to put yourself in a position so that when an opportunity arises, you can take advantage of it. And that's what my point is with the professions now. You want to continue to gather knowledge points and you want to continue to level your professions so that if, as and when the opportunity arises, that something does become incredibly popular, and we've seen this before in past expansions, that the meta changes, right? The meta switches. In Shadowlands, you know, every man and their dog was leveling very specific legendary slots because they were the meta of the day, right? Then the next patch turns up, fuck, the meta's changed. Instead of everybody wanting chest pieces and legs and shoulders because they were high stat items, now they're going to clash with tier pieces. So all of a sudden, nobody wants those anymore. Everybody wants offset pieces. But the people who had leveled the offset pieces when they were not the meta, all of a sudden were able to print gold overnight. And that same concept and that same mindset can be applied to specs. That you want to just get it done. Even if putting points into something that's... you want to get done the stuff that is more important to you first. But you shouldn't not do it because it's not profitable now. You want to fill this spec tree out, because once it's full, and you'll be able to take advantage of it if, as and when it does become profitable. That's kind of my mindset with this. There's about 6 months of effort that goes into maxing one of these trees in a 24-month expansion. If you get it done in the first 6 months, you've got 18 months to take advantage of it. Whatever changes Blizzard throws your way. But anyway. Yeah, I should probably get a little bit more Tuskar rep. Is this the Tuskar rep? I need to keep my eyes on this bar. Make sure I don't fill this bar. It's sad that people don't think long term. Those people who do usually don't play computer games, or they come here to forget about long term. Anyway, these are our customers. I mean, it's kind of true. This is, like I said, I like to use the platform I've built to try and get across that information. I'm clearly, obviously, not great at doing it, but it's I would much prefer to teach somebody how you are likely to be able to make lots of gold going forward in the future. Telling you that if you go kill this rare and farm this piece of transmog, you can sell it for X, or at least list it for X today, is great, but then what do you do tomorrow? You're fucked. You're back to square one. This is why I'm not particularly the biggest fan of those quick fix gold making strategies. And there's also the downside of those that by the time that they hit the public forum, they're usually pointless anyway. Good video, but it will be with a lot of salty comments. Yeah, oh, it already is. It already is. Anybody that uses the word, because like I said, anybody claiming that, oh well, why do it because it's not profitable, clearly either didn't watch the video or just didn't understand. You can only do what you can do. I mean, it's kind of a weird one, right? Because I've had this battle mentally with making YouTube videos full stop in Dragonflight, because I've noticed way more in Dragonflight that the effect of me putting a video out on something, what it has, especially because it's region wide, everything's region wide. I noticed this very, very aggressively at the beginning of the expansion with prospecting. If I spent a couple of days doing any prospecting, either on stream or talked about it in a video, prospecting was negative profit for the 7 days after. It recovered every single time, but every time I spoke about it or I publicized it, for the next few days after, it was trash, it was dead. And that, you know, this look at the turtles on the rock. That wasn't necessarily always the thing previously, because you had individual servers. Sure, you know, it would probably trash a couple of servers, overall, it was a net positive. This is why I've not really been able to wrestle with exactly how I want to like talk about guides and stuff, which is why I'm focusing a little bit more on the theory behind gold making rather than specific craft this with jewel crafting to make gold kind of videos, because they're just less impactful. It's weird, right? Because people still want them. So, but I don't want to put something out there just for the sake of putting something out there. That seems double dumb. But who knows? Who knows? You invest in your education to get profit later on by getting a high-paid job. Big players invest in startups which don't make any profit to get a high profit later on. Making profit always involves a time frame. Yeah, there's a phrase in business that is one of my favorite phrases, which translates very well into World of Warcraft, is that the most risky market to be in is a profitable one. Because if your market is remarkably profitable, it's going to do two things. It's going to attract competition, and with that competition, it's going to drive down the prices. This is why there's big businesses out there, big corporate companies that, sure, they print money, but they always try and do it whilst maintaining sensible margins on whatever they sell. And they focus on turnover. They try and sell a lot more of the thing, but they keep the margin reasonable. The only company that's ever been able to kind of go against that rule, but they still do kind of follow it, is like Apple, for example. Apple's margins are considerably higher than most. But they're also a company that pumps so much money into research and development that it kind of, has pushed them into a league of their own, at least in some regard. Do I just pick anything here? But most companies don't particularly want to be all that profitable. They want to make enough profit. Obviously, they want all of the money. Of course, they want all of the money, but they don't want each individual item to be so profitable that it attracts attention, or or attracts some dude in China to make it for half the price, kind of thing. And this is why, and that translates into WoW pretty nicely. That any market that is significantly profitable. This is why the legendaries in Shadowlands, I go back to the legendaries again, because from an economical standpoint, they're a great example. Legendaries were never more than 10, 15% margin on them in most cases. If they ever went above that, all of a sudden there was 20 people trying to sell the same thing overnight. You kind of wanted to keep the margins tight, and you wanted to minimize the individual per item profit so that it didn't attract too many extra people to level them up. And this is what was the stranglehold that smart goblins did. That they would stranglehold that market pretty aggressively, making it really not all that worthwhile, especially with the aggressive startup costs if you hadn't leveled initially. If you leveled your legendaries in patch 9.0, you didn't have a startup cost because you were selling everything that you made at a profit regardless. But then later on in the patch, when there was a startup cost because the basic shit was worth nothing, but you had to still craft through it, the downsides of a poorly designed system, the stranglehold on the profit meant it wasn't really worth people doing that. Didn't I just do this? Is my TED Talk getting in the way of this quest? I think it clearly is. I've just done this. So confused. Is there another... Why do people sell things at a loss? 2 reasons. The most common reason is they don't know that they're doing it. Most of the time they don't know that they're doing it. Usually because they are not tracking things particularly well. That's it. That is easily, in my opinion, the most common reason to why. What is with this quest? Hang on. I'm not doing this 12 times. Do I have to go to a different spot? Ah. Okay. Yeah, the most common reason why people sell things for a loss is that they don't know that they're doing it. They don't know or remember or have a way to track how much it cost them to make it in the first place. And that is usually emphasized by the fact that they probably didn't buy the materials to craft the thing in the first place. Or at least if they did, this was ages ago and, they're just minimizing a mistake. Very, very rarely. Oh, it's this one. Okay. And this leads back to the mindset once again of that not everything has to be profitable. Often it is arguably, in fact, it's not even arguably, it's objectively better to sell something at a loss than it is to not sell it. Because if you don't sell it, you lose 100% of the gold that it costs you to make it. If you don't sell it. If you sell it at a loss, you recuperate a lot of that damage. This is often seen when you look at anything that is used to level up a profession. So any single craft that goes into the leveling of a profession is usually way oversupplied on the market. Saturated to within an inch of its life, right? There's way too many of them. They're clearly never going to be the need for that many of them, and so they end up being incredibly cheap. Way below crafting costs. But people are willing to sell them because it's damage limitation, right? It cost them something to make it in the first place. They had a reason to make it that was more than just making gold. Their reason to make it was that they gained skill points or unlocked a new recipe or whatever the case may be. Now they just got to get rid of it. They'd rather get rid of it and get some gold back than vendor it or have it just sat in their backs. It's a lesser of two evils. The second reason why somebody might sell something at a loss, the less common reason, is that they absolutely 100% know what they're doing. Arguably more so than even you do. And that's why I'd say this is the less common reason. But it may appear to you as if they are selling it at a loss, but to them they are not selling it at a loss. This can be because of the variancy in material prices from time to time. Somebody may have bought their materials substantially cheaper than what you've been able to acquire them for, and had crafted those items previously, such as that they have an advantage over you. It so much so that it appears that they are selling at a loss when the reality is they're probably not. That player, though, there's not many of them. 90% of the time, it's the fact that they're selling it at a loss because they absolutely don't know they're selling it at a loss. Ignorance is bliss. So don't worry about, option 2 all that much. Just know that if the player happens to fall into category number 1, they won't be around for too long. People who sell things at a loss just to get rid of them are usually, liquidating. They're getting out. They've given up. They're just selling everything off, trying to recuperate costs. Or if they entirely don't know they're doing it, soon as a few days goes past when they don't see their gold total go up in any way, shape, or form. They weren't obviously caring about the thing that much in the first place because they weren't aware that they were selling at a loss. But the fact that their overall gold total doesn't go up is an indication enough that they probably won't bother doing it for all that long. So, they'll come and go. No, you're not the dude we're talking to. Or are you the dude we're talking to? What's going on here? View Cobra. Why are we doing all of this business all of a sudden? I guess it's a quest in the Azure span. That's probably why. Good video. Just watched it, but the comments got me laughing. The thing I find funny about YouTube is that, and this is why I have to, and I probably should work more at this. The average person doesn't watch a video more than halfway through. Doesn't matter what the length of the video is as well, which is quite funny to me. If you make a 10-minute video, people will probably watch 5 minutes of it. If you watch a 3-minute video, people will probably watch 2 minutes of it. If you make a 2-hour video, people will watch 45 minutes of it. I don't know why. I'm not entirely sure what the reason is behind that, but most of the time people don't really make it much past halfway into a video. So if you say anything important at all in the last half of a video, you kind of shot yourself in the foot. But you can tell that when you look at the comments. You can clearly see that anything that was said in the latter half of a video is when you read comments sometimes, you're like, you clearly didn't watch all the way through the video. Because this was clearly addressed later on in the video that you just didn't get to. And I suspect anybody in the comment section on my latest video talking about profit probably didn't make it all the way through the video. Which is my fault, I should state, you know. My job as a content creator is to create content that is so engaging you don't only want to watch it once, you want to watch it twice. Sounded a little bit like Tony Stark there for a minute, didn't I? In the original Iron Man. I craft an item, the amount it takes me to sell it within a day, and only if it's profitable. I sell it until I run out, and then I check prices when I have to craft it again. I assume a lot of the items I sell run out of profit before I sell out. It's really hard to track all of the items if they were profitable all the time, unless you're only selling 1 or 2. See, that's a good mindset, because that means you're focusing on turnover, which is what I want everybody to do. If more people focus on turnover, more people would make more gold. You know, you're batch producing, which is a good way of doing it to begin with. You're front loading a lot of the effort, meaning that you don't have to constantly be running back to a crafting table. You have a big inventory of stock, and then you focus on selling it. If during that time of selling it, it dips below what it cost you to craft, then, well, hopefully you made enough profit before that to mean that you still win overall. And in most cases, you do. Because in most cases, the second something dips below a profitable price point, people dip, people stop selling it. Because people are aggressively scared about selling for less than crafting cost, which shouldn't necessarily be a thing. Here I am happily watching and listening to a 3-hour video. Granted, it's about Warhammer 40k lore. Yeah, it's always interested me how most people rarely get more than halfway through a video. And I don't think that's unique to my channel. I've worked on other YouTube channels, much bigger YouTube channels than my own in the past. And it's pretty much a universal thing, that regardless of what length of a video you put out, the average viewership of it will be about half. Now, I guess that takes into consideration the amount of people that click on a video and then bounce, like, instantly. They're like, oh, it's this idiot again, and they leave almost instantly, compared to the amount of people that do actually watch it all the way through. So I guess it's the law of averages that puts it somewhere in the middle, but... I blame TikTok. Yeah, sure. It's easy to blame TikTok. Why not? We'll all blame TikTok, because it probably is TikTok's fault. I agree. I notice when some items dip below profit, 1 to 2 later, they shoot up in profit. Yeah, this is because people stop making them. People stop making them, the supply will dry up almost instantly. And it will mean that the unprofitable stock sells through, and then, hey, guess what? Guess what's left? The items that then are profitable. And the region-wide auction house only makes this process faster. Super fast. It used to take an entire... when everything was sold on each individual server, so every expansion in the past, where every single server was its own unique little economy, it would often take an entire week for that cheap stock to sell through, just because of the size of the player base that you were dealing with, which led to a meta of people buying their materials when they were cheapest during the week, often at the weekend, to then craft in bulk to be prepared and ready for Wednesday, for example, or Tuesday, depending on whether you play Team NA or Team EU. The cycle was much slower, far more slow, and it meant that you could take time with doing it. But those that did it that way still, had a significant advantage over others. Now with the region-wide auction house, anything that goes on the region-wide auction house, I use the phrase day trading quite a lot because it feels much like that. That the cycle can be as short as buying materials in the morning, crafting during the afternoon, and selling them in the evening. And you want to make sure that what you're crafting and what you're selling, you can work through in that time frame. But you can sell just as much in one evening if you focus on it as you could in an entire week previously. Because you've got, instead of one server's worth of players, you've got 90 plus servers worth of players to sell your shit to. Obviously, competition's going to get in the way of that a little bit, but the speed in which the auction house works is just lightning fast nowadays. So super fast. And if you can adapt to that, it's really good fun. With multi-craft and resourcefulness, everything I sell is technically below crafting cost. Well, this is another thing, right? People, to come back to the original question of why do people sell things below cost, that's very much a thing nowadays. My number one reason was that people just don't know that they're selling things below cost, but they also don't know when things are profitable now. It's kind of the other side of that same coin, that people are just actually unaware that if they craft something and sell it, if it costs you 200 gold to make it, but it's on the auction house for 150 gold, most people put two and two together and go, whoa, not profitable. But actually, if it costs you 150 gold to press the craft button, but you press the craft button 100 times and you get 150 of the thing and a bunch of resources still to either do something else with or to sell back onto the auction house, you can sell it for 150 gold, which seemingly looks like you're selling it for a loss, and still make profit. It's very, very difficult to get true numbers without the right tools in place now, unless you're just an absolute maths wizard, which most people are not. Yeah. Buttons. There we go. The best example talking about potions actually was BFA with the Silas proc. People would wait until they had a Silas proc to make everything, and their crafting costs were based on Silas's proc, which then led pretty much everybody to go by the assumption that none of the potions were ever profitable to craft and sell. And that wasn't strictly true. It was just the players that were crafting and selling them were doing it at a different time. I sense there's stuff in here, but I can't see it. Maybe it's already been claimed.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
colon closing parenthesis.
Colon closing parenthesis. Oh, Pleb, thank you very much. Appreciate the tier 1. Welcome in. I love how the TTS woman can't figure out old school emojis. You know, emojis before emojis were emojis. Less than 3.
I got a bad feeling.
You got a bad feeling? It's concerning me. I keep getting all of these quest prowling polar predators will prevent the collection of the breadcrumb quest field mages. Oh, I don't care that much. Let's just do it.
What brings you here?
Oh, Lord, shush. But yeah, the overall is that crafting is just way more involved nowadays than it once was. And it's very clear to me, very, very clear, that the average player does not like and does not want a more involved crafting system. But when questioned upon why they don't want it, the usual answer is that I can't make gold with it. Which kind of falls to one of my initial complaints about the public order system. Initially, before Dragonflight came out. Before Dragonflight launched, I was quite open about the fact that I thought that the new crafting system was going to be very fun, but I didn't think it was going to make anybody rich. I definitely didn't feel it was likely to make anybody much gold. There'll be a select few people that were able to take advantage of it, and those select few people are not the ones complaining about the new system.
What's your story?
But dare I say it, I think I was pretty spot on when I said that the new system would be an interesting system to work through if you like that sort of thing. But it definitely is not a good one for making people gold, which arguably is should be a #1 priority for a crafting system. But it's one that I don't know how Blizzard go about dealing with, because the more complex a system they make, the more it segregates the people who use it. And for the people that do enjoy playing with professions and collecting things and becoming that artisan, having a super duper mega basic system is boring AF to integrate and play with. So there's a, you know, how do you deal with that? I don't think I want to attract his attention. What's this? Stinky blob. No, we don't need a stinky blob. I do feel that though at this rate, that this crafting system that we see and have now, whilst like I said, I enjoy it. I think it's good. I think it's considerably more interesting to play with and to figure out than any of the crafting systems we've ever had before. But because of the fact that the #1 reason why most people play with professions is to make some gold from them, because that one criteria is not being met, I do tend to believe that they might just scrap the entire thing and go back to the crafting system we've had for years past. The only solution that they could do to resolve this is give people another way to make gold. The problem I think is compounded by the fact that they've also, at the exact same time as making crafting more, dare I say it, complicated, they've also stripped away the generic ways that most people used to make, some pocket change. No callings, no mission table. I'm not saying that those things need to return, but, they are game developers. They are meant to be somewhat creative. Maybe they can come up with another creative way of allowing people to make pocket change gold.
Ain't you a chicken
And it should and only ever be pocket change, right? Nobody is ever meant to get multi-billion dollars rich off, these side hustles. But enough for people to feel content and arguably to shut up about crafting not being profitable.
Watch your back.
Because people see only two options now to make gold. They see gathering or they see crafting. They don't see any other options apart from like really, really super basic things like killing a world quest for 600 gold or something. People don't see any logical alternative to crafting or gathering. And so when they try to do crafting or gathering and don't see results that they expect, it's quite right for them to, complain about it. Oh, these systems are shit. Well, it's not strictly that the systems are shit, that you can't make gold with them. Thought the dragon riding in the upped world quest gold is the pocket change, but the problem is it's so heavily limited. It's very, very limited. You got 4 dragon riding quests twice a week, so that's 4,000 gold a week from dragon riding.
Farewell.
But that's 4,000 gold a week to which you have to complete 8 quests to achieve. Now, 4,000 gold a week, that's less than pocket change. If you're a plate wearer and you run a Mythic Plus dungeon and you wipe a few times in that dungeon, your repair costs are going to take up most of that 4,000 gold. That's not pocket change anymore. That's still putting people at a net negative. There is an imbalance, I feel, and people will only feel this more and more as the expansion goes on. There's clearly an imbalance in the average in and out that people have of gold, right? Blizzard controls only 2 things. They control the amount of gold that comes into the game, and they control the amount of gold that leaves the game. Pretty much everything in the middle is player controlled. So crafting, gathering, value of materials, all of this sort of jazz is mostly player controlled. And so it goes up and down. But Blizzard is not doing enough, I feel, to bring enough gold into the game to allow players to comfortably play, arguably without swiping for their credit card. Now, you could argue that's by design. The cynical part of me says that is entirely by design. I was very quick to say this in the beta of Shadowlands, that with them removing some of the simple pocket change methods of making gold, and at the same time making crafting more involved, it will only go to push people more into just buying tokens, because that will be the value proposition of a token will go up because the alternatives aren't as attractive anymore. Maybe in Shadowlands people didn't buy that many tokens because you could always just go farming in Zerith Mortis and make 20k an hour. Or you could get into crafting legendaries, or you could sell some 262 gear occasionally, and you could do your world quests and your callings, or you could run your mission table on a few alts. The options were there in game for you to make the pocket change, and so the value proposition of spending $20 on buying a token maybe wasn't great. But if you remove the options in game, all of a sudden, 20 bucks to get 300k gold in the EU, when you try and work out what else you'd have to do to get 300k gold in game right now, you start to go, that token, you know, do I wrestle with crafting professions, which are already quite well known to be overly saturated anyway, or do I have to spend weeks and weeks and weeks leveling up gathering professions even, just to then still only make 10, 15,000 gold an hour? Imagine having to spend 6 weeks leveling up a gathering profession to still only be able to make 15k an hour. You ain't doing it. No chance. Absolutely no chance. The value proposition in that is tragic. With no callings, no mission tables, no other sizable ways of making that pocket change gold, people are going to turn to tokens. And in the process, they will then, you know, drag down crafting with it. They will blame crafting. Oh, crafting is too difficult. Crafting doesn't make any profit. This new crafting system that you redesigned is shit. So now I can't make gold with it and I'm forced to buy a token. They lay blame on the obvious thing that's put in front of them, which is the system that they thought was being reinvented and revitalized, yet isn't seeming to serve the purpose they expected it to. I'm not blaming these individual players. It makes perfect sense to do that. But the reality of it is a little bit more deeper than that. Much, much less gold in the US for a token. It is. And that's a, you know, a pro and a con. There's much less, but there's much less gold in a token. I mean, I don't want to go into the economy of why tokens are the price that they are too much, but
we'll remember you. Who speaks before me?
Go farm islands, have a one-hand fish drop, pay you an easy 200k. True. But what happens when everybody does that? Do you think the price of those one-handed fish transmogs are going to stay at 200k if everybody does it? Nope. Not a chance. Not a chance. 10 people on your realm do that, all of a sudden those fish one-hands are 10k a piece. This is why the trick with farming is to do the thing everybody else is not doing. But I see your point. There are other options out there. There are clearly things that players can do. But obviously, it's very natural for players' main focus to be on the current expansion. You know, why is playing the current expansion not self-sustaining in terms of, you know, if I play this game an hour a day, 20 days out of the 30 in a month, you would argue that with that quantity of playtime under your belt, that should be enough to qualify you to play the game quote unquote for free. You should be able to make enough gold somewhat passively during that time to make a token. And, you know, you've put enough time into playing the game that the reward for you of doing that, other than hopefully just having a fun time, is that you get to play the game for free. But it's seemingly becoming more and more obvious to me that Blizzard don't want anybody playing this game for free. They want every single person that's playing this game to be paying to play that game every month. Which is weird for me, because that kind of goes against the clever thing that is the token in the first place, right? Because what people kind of sometimes forget is the people that play the game for free actually make Blizzard more money than the people that pay to play the game with their credit card. This is why the token is so very clever. For every person that plays the game for free, they can only do that because somebody else has given Blizzard another 20 bucks on top of their subscription. So this is why it's a very, very clever system, and why it surprises me that they're trying so desperately to incentivize more people to buy tokens. Obviously, people need to buy tokens for the system to flow and rotate, but that was clearly never a problem anyway. Didn't I just kill this dude? I have to kill him again. Re-killing the same dude for multiple totems. It's the reason why the goblins are the rich boys and girls and not them. We always find a way. But this is it. If you look hard enough, you'll find something. If you poke your nose into all corners of the game, you will very quickly find something that's worth something to somebody else. The game is so vast nowadays, and there's enough people out there collecting stuff that will always be a case. But the art is in, finding that thing. It's easier to earn 15 euros than it is to farm 300k. For most people, it probably is. And that's why, for most people, this is why the art of gold making and playing with professions and all of this sort of stuff is a very niche market to begin with. Because it's true, for most people, it's considerably easier to make 20 bucks to buy a token than it is to farm it in-game. Way, way easier, To spend 20 bucks on your hobby, for most people, is absolute pocket change. Shit, I just leveled up with the Tuskars. I did not mean to do that. That quest gave me 3,000 reputation with the Tuskars. Damn. How was I to know that quest was going to give me so much reputation? Now I feel dumb, because this is only going to give me 2.5k rep now. Well, what are you going to do? Either way. You win some, you lose some. I make most of my gold because people are lazy. Love me some lazy people. That's why I titled today's video the way I titled it, Quit, It Makes Me Rich. Because it does. The more people that quit crafting, the more gold I make from crafting. But my suggestion, would obviously be do not quit.
Careful out there.
But if you are gonna quit, I'm gonna let you know the repercussions of that. You're gonna make the people that haven't quit even more wealthy. And that is enough of a reason for some people to go, maybe I should continue doing this. Maybe persistence does pay. If all else fails, sell services and gold share. Well, yeah, do some dancing. Hop on those tables. While I did scuff the rep just a touch with the Tuskars, at least I am much, much closer to 24, which is my ultimate goal anyway, I think. I don't think I technically need to go any higher than 24. Obviously, getting these would, is a bonus, but... New video, no notification on Discord. Oh, did I? Yeah, I probably did. I forgot to throw it on Discord, didn't I? Well, I can do that now. It's not an automatic thing. It could be automatic, but I choose to not do it automatically. I don't know why. I feel more satisfaction being able to buy Diablo 4 with WoW Gold, which I earned by playing the game, even if I know I could just do more hours at work and will make more per hour. Yeah, this is the thing, right? The harsh reality, and it's kind of frowned upon in the goal making community to even suggest this, but it should be shown. It should be showcased as a viable option, but it's also understood to why it shouldn't be the argument that's pushed all the time. That yes, most people can. Most people do have the facility to just, you know, it's easier for them to spend an hour, trade in an hour's worth of wages for some gold in a game. Because let's be honest, if the alternative options with any other hobby out there, you start taking the wife and kids to the cinema or out to a restaurant for dinner or something, all of a sudden that $20 on a token is pocket change for most people, you know. Playing video games is an incredibly cheap hobby for most people. And if this is why microtransactions and the gaming, like monetization in games has got so aggressive over the last years, because the industry's come to realize that gaming is a cheap hobby for people compared to most hobbies out there. You have kids and your daughter wants to take up horse riding, and then you got to buy a horse. Fuck! All of a sudden, tokens cheap. You know, it's ridiculous.
Well, now, you're certainly different.
As hobbies go, gaming is an incredibly cheap one. My goal is obviously to make it as cheap as possible for people, but still. That's it, just buy a horse.
I'll reinforce the wards around the tower and keep Razageth busy.
I'll join you once I deal with these proto-dragons and the swath of elemental magic barraging me from the ground.
We will find a way through this.
I do scuba diving and it's about €100 an hour. Yeah, there you go. As hobbies go. $20 on a token. Fucking bargain, son. I'll have 5. This is the thing, right? This is why most people don't care. Most people are happy to pay for tokens. I'm just, you know, more than willing to try and help the people who are either not able to buy the tokens or are not willing for their own personal reason. Some people just have this natural aversion for paying for video games, which is, you know, their prerogative, but still the same, you know, rules apply.
I'm giving you one chance to stop this insanity.
Your flight lies in ruin.
How do we destroy this thing?
What good did clinging to Titan magic do?
1.
At least your predecessor was an aspect to be feared.
It's all good if you enjoy doing it, but if you don't enjoy making gold in WoW, it's probably better off to buy a token. Oh, definitely. Definitely. This is why I never really, you know, I try to be quite careful with overly promoting stuff that's not particularly fun. Now, obviously, fun is subjective. Some people find it fun, some people don't, but this is why I don't focus too much on farming. Farming, for me, is not fun. I cannot think of anything more... I mean, I can think of 700 things I'd rather be doing than repeatedly running a same dungeon in the hope that a piece of transmog drops. Like, I can't think of anything worse to be doing with my life. Because it's not fun, I don't care how profitable it could potentially be. I'm not going to do it. It's obviously quite fortunate that in most cases that the farming is not actually that profitable to do, so it's not the worst idea to not do it in the first place. It gives me the sort of, you know, the comfort of knowing that I'm not really missing out on a lot by not doing it. It was funny, actually, in the Discord the other day. Somebody was posting some screenshots showcasing how, you know, the typical, oh, you've only got to press 3 buttons to craft this for me. Why would I tip you more than 500 gold? You know, one of those kind of typical interactions that you might have had recently in /2. You know, if it's worth so little if it didn't cost me anything to press those buttons, then it also, I'm not losing anything by not pressing the buttons. That logic works two ways. That it might help you in some way, shape, or form. It's an argumentative answer, so I probably wouldn't use it when somebody questions why you're charging what you're charging for gear in trade chat. But it is true that if it doesn't cost me anything to press the buttons, I'm not losing anything by not pressing the buttons. If you want me to press the buttons, you make it worthwhile for me to press the buttons. 500 gold is not worthwhile me interacting with you, wasting my time, dealing with you, trying to explain to you how and what and where you need to buy your materials and where you should put them and how many. 500, it doesn't, you know, doesn't float anybody's boat. I farm transmog only when it feels like the most fun I can have in the game at that moment. Yeah, I've historically never really been into farming transmog in any way, shape, or form. If I was really pumping for like the art of collection, it would probably grab me a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie, I have considered, you know, starting from vanilla and just collecting the appearances and stuff, which would in turn lead me to run dungeons for transmog options, because there are some things, you know, there are bind on pickup boss drops, for example, where you do physically need to go kill the boss. That's the only way you can get that appearance. And in the process of doing that, byproduct would probably be that you'll farm up a bunch of BOEs that you can then throw up on the auction house and make some pocket change from. But my primary focus would probably never be to make gold by farming transmog. I've always had the opinion that's a big fat stinky waste of time and a bit of a bait by good old YouTube. And if you are going to farm transmog, at least have the, you know, have the strength in you to learn the first one, sell the second one, sort of thing. That way you're working towards something more permanent for your own benefit first, and then obviously make some gold at the same time. Is there an add-on that records sessions of gold making via crafting rather than farming? Not probably in the same vein as is with farming, but that's mostly because the people who tend to make their gold via crafting more so than farming don't care about gold per hour. Gold per hour is entirely it's a farmer's marketing tool, right? That's literally all it is. Crafters don't care about gold per hour. Couldn't care less. They'll do it for as long as they want to do it. And if in the time they spend doing it, they make gold from doing it, then they're happy. Crafters very rarely care about gold per hour. They're more interested, or they should be more interested in how much of this thing can I sell, and you know, how quickly can I sell it, and how quickly can I. The big goblins, I'm talking like your K-Chak, your Hikons level gold makers. You know, people that are not spending, you know, 50 gold here or there. The people who are like buying out half the auction house of materials. These guys actually care more about how quickly can I spend my gold. What can I possibly spend my gold on? Because whatever I spend my gold on, then my task is to turn whatever I spent that gold on into something else and sell it again to make more gold. And the focus actually becomes how quickly can I repeat that process, which is why when you have lots of gold, it tends to be much easier to make even more of it. Oh, kill enemies and use the elemental focus. That's why I'm failing this quest miserably, because I didn't read the quest text. well, kill things we can do. I mean, I know for like tracking what you're doing, some sort of numerical value of what you've been up to is kind of helpful. But it's often very difficult because you often spend a bunch of gold at one time, and then there's a period of time in between you spending it to when you then get it back and make something from it. It's not as instant gratification as farming is, which, you know, if you're out there farming, you want to know how much time have you traded and how much gold have you made during that time. So it's a lot more of a gold per hour is a lot more of a logical thing to keep track of if you're farming something. I mean, look at the real world, for example. You ask Google what their dollars per hour is. Google doesn't care what their dollars per hour is. You mad? Not in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, when it comes to, you know, you want to know if you're developing something, how many man hours have gone into the development of a piece of software or something. That's somewhat important, but if you're selling something, you're not particularly fussed in. The funny thing is, when it comes to crafting, your biggest limitation is actually the fact there's only 24 hours in a day. You can't change how many hours there are in a day. So what you really want to do is you either want to be online more. This is why cancel scanning got gross. Cancel scanning got gross because people quickly worked out that the longer that they spent cancel scanning, the more gold that they made. And so people just ended up doing it more and more and more and more and more. I'm running out of shit to kill. You need to be careful with the data Craftsim is using as the prices for the materials and the product. Yeah, any add-on that you use for this sort of stuff, you gotta remember that it's whilst it's advertising to, you know, be very, very accurate, you should still really only consider it as a guideline. Because I'm convinced that there's not a single add-on out there that fully takes everything into consideration. And anything, you know, because add-ons are... Even CraftSim runs off the back of TSM's data in most cases. What data source are you using? The data source that you use is going to give you different numbers. Are those numbers totally accurate to your own actual costs? Still guesswork. 96. Is this going to be enough? Please be enough. Boom, there we go.
Knowledge is power. Keep your guard up. I will focus my efforts on shielding the tower. As long as that stands, we have a chance.
It can be very accurate guesswork. It can, yeah. Disguise yourself as an elemental. Oh, I remember this bit. Oh, yeah, but now we have to... Okay. Now we have to slow and steady our way all the way to the things. I remember. This part of the quest line's annoying. This is just so that we're immune to fire. And these are all elite mobs. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. How do we get past these fellas? Oh no, they're coming this way. Sod off. Sod off. I thought you were going up there. I hate these things with circles you're not allowed to step in. Especially when they clip through the floor and you can't see where the circle is. Goddamn guesswork. Where's the last one? Oh, Titan Touch Draconium deposit. That'd make somebody pretty wealthy. Not as wealthy as once upon a time, though.
I can use my mirror images once more. Meet me within the nearby cavern.
Over here, I found an area to take cover for a moment. All will be well. Fly true.
Yeah, see, this is giving me Valdrakken. Even though we're doing quests over in the Azure Span, this is still giving me Valdrakken rep. Oh, we hit 24. That means we can get the crafter's knowledge from that. Okay, that's done. We don't technically need to go any higher with Valdrakken. Nice. Tuskars, we need to get to 24. Centaurs, we need to get to 20. We're literally within like 1 or maybe 2 renown levels for everything here. A couple of world quests for Dragon Scale. Hand in a few tokens, actually. I've got hundreds of the damn things. Where are they? In fact, to be honest, if I went and handed in a bunch of tokens, I'd probably be done now. We are nearly there.
Face the might of the aspect of magic!
Kill Korthrax the Destroyer.
End to you and your pathetic flight.
Okay. Probably shouldn't step in that.
Seek sanctuary in my runes.
Sure. Oh, Lord. Got him.
Adventurer, you made it not a moment too soon. Razageth is
Oh,
draining the tower of
transmog.
its energy.
Yoink. Don't mind if I do.
Your cause is hopeless.
Watch the dialogue. Kill enemies around this area. They look like lots of stuff.
Just
Okay.
like your dragon flight. Pathetic mortals, cowering behind the blue dragons and their Titan magic. You will die alongside them.
How many more of these have we got to kill? 50. Oh shit, what does number 2 do? I pressed it, and I don't know what it does. Does he do a big kaboom? Oh, he does a big kaboom and clears the map of everything, apparently. Should have just done that to begin with.
There, below.
Dispel 3 things. These things, I guess. Okay.
Minions of the storm, hear my call!
The shield won't last much longer.
So it's just nuke things again.
I may not be able to destroy
Boom.
the tower, will have my prize.
Yeah, cutscene's great.
How can I help? Please, return to the Azure Archives. Sindragosa is awaiting our return, and we should be...
What I do need to make sure I do is that I do hand in all of these. I've not actually got that many. 4 hunting trophies, 7 Titan relics, 3... Oh, no, what the hell is that thing? Go away. 53 Dragon Isles artifacts. I need to hand those in before I cap rep. Otherwise they're practically useless.
Welcome, welcome. Who speaks before me?
I'm so close. I kind of want to just run over and do it now. I'm within touching distance of the finish line. It feels good. Let me grab a drink quickly. Let me just double check the comments on today's video. I fully agree, and if I may add, grind your knowledge points, but unless you have a solid plan, don't allocate them. We don't know what new recipes will come in the future or what could become very profitable in the niche market. Just collect the points and keep your opportunities open for as long as possible. There's some wise words there for sure. I know categorically that before too long I'll max the trees out anyway. So in most cases I am allocating my spec points. But that's because I am kind of always working towards something, and I've figured out which ones are like dead nodes for me anyway. So there's usually a few of them. So I'm not too concerned about spending my points now, but that's solid advice. I wanted to be a seller for a change instead of just making gear for my alts, but thanks to Blizzard's expansion mess up of the professions, I find I can make several epic items, but I can't find anybody to sell them to. That's because Blizzard doesn't control what happens in the middle. Okay, well, hopefully I haven't annoyed... Whoa! The like to dislike ratio on today's video is slightly different than normal. That is fine. I never expected today's video to resonate with too many people. Under most circumstances, I suspect that most people are very aware, but... Right, let's keep going. We're nearly there. We are getting places. Oh, hang on, what are we doing? Pick a quest.
The day just became more interesting.
I do love my prop paladin when I can do that. Stroll in, delete the entire zone, and just leave. What do we do with these fellas? Infected plunderers burnt. Use a thing next to the people. What do I use? No. What, this thing? No. What? Use the flamethrower torch. What flamethrower torch? Oh, this flamethrower torch. Zygor usually gives me a button to press for that sort of stuff. Oh, the lag. Oh, it's because I've got my bags open. I can't believe something as simple as having your bags open in 2023 can cause so much lag in the video game. Doesn't make any sense. Oh no, I'm not meant to burn this one, am I? I'm meant to click it. God, I hate spiders. If there was one creature on the planet that I was given the choice to remove, and I had to remove one, I'm sorry, my 8-legged friends, but it would be you. Luckily, living in Finland, there's no such thing as spiders, so I'm kind of safe, but... Team Down Under, on the other hand. Woo! Boy, do they have some spiders. How about crayfish? Also 8 legs? Yeah, but crayfish taste alright, don't they? They have an alternative purpose in life. They go fat, and then they have a hot bath, and they taste good. Or they taste alright. They're not my favourite thing to eat, but... For Team Down Under, everything tries to kill you. It's true. There's a video of deep frying a tarantula. No. 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 There was, I'll share a little horror story of an acquaintance of my wife's. I won't name any names here. Not that I think it matters, but I'll just get into the habit of not naming any names. A work colleague, I should say, of my wife's was in some country where they, like a tarantula is considered a delicacy. They like eat the legs of tarantulas or something. I can't remember exactly where they were, but they do just that. They deep fry tarantulas. They deep fry them. They argue it's a humane way to kill them and to eat them and stuff. I don't know, whatever. But the point is there is one part of the tarantula you're not meant to eat. You know, the big fat butt section. Because that's full of shit that you shouldn't be eating. But it's obviously part of it when you cook it. This was not clearly explained to said person, because they're in a foreign country and somebody's just put a deep fried tarantula on their plate. They're like, so they eat it. End up in hospital. Not fun. Not fun. Not fun at all. Not safe for life. Yeah, not watching that one. Not watching that one. Click at your peril. Not for me, thank you. Up there somewhere. What's this up here? I'll kill you, alright, sure. Are there any gold shuffles still worth doing? Blizzard have been pretty... once again, I would say that worth is a very subjective word. No gold shuffle is really worth it in my books. But we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Blizzard have done a remarkably good job this expansion, shaving off any of the basic easy ways of making gold. Now, I'm probably not the perfect person to ask, because I wouldn't really be engaging in much of that business at all. All I know is that going into Dragonflight, there was far less like vendor shuffles that could be done. Some of the more traditional shuffles, e.g. turning one material into another material, are probably very, very heavily saturated now as well, because they're technically, whilst they're shuffles, they're still technically considered crafting, you know. You're crafting one item from another item. So, you know, your basic tailoring, unraveling, and that sort of stuff. It might be... It's one of those. It could be very, very marginally profitable one day, but then completely swing in the opposite direction the day after. So I'm not too sure, unfortunately. It's not really my avenue of expertise. I mean, I guess it kind of should be, but the honest answer is it's not. It's difficult, right? Because I don't really have, you know, I don't have the answer to the question I'm trying to help people with. This is the problem right now. But sometimes I try to explain to people that it is perfectly okay for you to not always be able to make millions of gold. One trick that I try to suggest is, you know, make hay whilst the sun shines. If there's an opportunity to do something, do it. And do it until that opportunity goes away. Because it will go away. So, at the you know, this is why doing things first to market advantage is massive. Because as soon as everybody else piles in, any profit in it disappears very fast. And the effect of the region-wide auction house is amplified that in Dragonflight. The speed in which markets appear and disappear is just so fast. Literally day by day they can happen. So my main sort of suggestion for people right now is just keep up with your professions, even if you're not particularly crafting a huge amount right now, but getting the ability to craft it and to craft it well and to unlock the recipes and to have as much knowledge going into the next major patch as you possibly can. That will give you the biggest advantage for whatever happens to turn up next. Having 200 points in your profession, great, but, you know, having 300 points in your profession is better. Especially if they introduce something new. Day by day, something reporting profit in Craft Sim drops every time the TSM database is updated. What's profitable now may not be profitable in 2 hours. Well, see, this is it. The speed of everything is just so fast now because you're dealing with a region-wide auction house. You merge everything together. All of the buyers and all of the sellers are now dancing around in one room. It means that things change. It's like Wall Street. It just changes lightning fast. But having your professions in a position so that as and when and if something becomes profitable, you can very quickly craft a bunch of it, craft it optimally, and sell it. You should be good. Yeah, sorry, not Wall Street, Wow Street, yeah. It's practically how it feels sometimes. Especially on reset days. Shit's moving so fast. It's fun though. I kind of feel bad because I haven't done anywhere near as much of the market analysis that I used to do. We used to start the stream every day looking at the material prices, seeing what they're doing, seeing what's going up, what's going down. I do far less of that nowadays. Maybe I should get back into the habit of having a look at things. I mean, God knows how many videos I did during Shadowlands talking about the price of heavy callous hide and why it's doing what it's doing. It was a big part of the channel for a while.
Well, now, you're certainly different.
But it's, you know, I guess it's also because it's difficult now. When things were slower, I could tell people that the price of heavy callous hide is cheap right now and that it will likely go up next week because of X, Y, or Z. But in the time it would take me to make a video telling people that, singed Wildercloth is remarkably cheap right now, before I've even finished the sentence, somebody's probably bought it all out, and that is no longer a valid sentence anymore. What gear do you craft for high-level prop paladins? No idea.
Who speaks before
Plate.
me?
That's about as far as my guesses go. No idea.
When next we meet.
This dude's 372 item level. He's not pumping gear at all. Talk to some... Who am I talking to?
Well now.
No, not you.
You're certainly different.
No, not you. Rowie next to you, except fishing holes. What? Have I just entirely been ignoring Zygote and I've gone completely off the beaten track? What's going on here? Let's just go where this tells me to go. Okay, well, I need to kill you for a reason. So much for following the guide. The guide's gone wrong. Yeah, for any gearing, and if you're looking into what you should be crafting to sell to X, Y, and Z, class guides, read through the class guides, see if there's any, like, you know, suggestions for BIS in there. Obviously, the class guides you want to read is probably things that are relevant to the crafting profession. Yeah. We no longer believe in your ability to identify microeconomic trends. I know I'm a fraud nowadays. It's just very difficult to do. This is the thing. I have this desire and I have this approach to not make a video just for the sake of making a video. If I'm going to make a video and I'm going to ask for people's attention for a certain period of time, I want that attention to be well justified and worthwhile. Is that a cop-out for making less videos? I don't know. Where's this Rowie fella and why can't I find him? Skip.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Watch your back.
Coffee with the parents. As long as they're paying. Enjoy the rest of your day. Have fun.
to you.
Our enemies will fall. A new Belore de la Na.
Pink box. %100% for making less video statement. Oh, maybe. I think it's every content creator's goal to make less videos but better videos. But it's very, very easy to accidentally make less videos and just make less videos, which is a risk.
Good fortune to our friends.
Not one that I'm exactly happy about, but it's a thing. I need to get rid of some of this bonus gear. Now, sensible Steve would probably look through this and see what's worth disenchanting. But if it's purple, I'll disenchant it. If it's not purple, it gets sold. I don't really care. If I've gained the appearance, it gets sold. That's fine. Okay. I haven't learnt that appearance, so we'll wait on that one. If it's green, it gets deleted. If it's blue, it gets deleted. I don't care for any of this business. If it's something particularly important, Primal Storm gear, I mean, I should probably keep the set of that and upgrade some of this, I would guess. I don't know. All this random trash I pick up from leveling just can go in the bin. There we go. That's a bit more space.
May your feet find good trails.
There's a YouTube channel that's pretty successful, and they're only making one video a month, but it's really well made and gets lots of traction for whatever reason. I mean, that can be a thing, and it works for some content. And I have noticed, actually, that if I leave my videos for a couple of days without anything happening after posting it, that it does tend to reach a slightly further audience. If I do daily videos, assuming there's enough stuff to talk about, if I do daily videos, those videos tend to, they don't go very far. They stay within the circle of like either subscribers or frequent viewers. They don't tend to ever reach much further out. Then, you know, if you post daily, the videos, unless they blow up for some reason, if you post videos daily, they very rarely reach a new audience. They just get sent to the original audience, and then you've posted something else. Which is great if you've got 1 million subs already, you know. If you've got 1 million subs already and can live off just your inner circle, then it's fine. But do the way that Preach talked about, make different thumbnails, refresh it every couple of hours, see which one has the most success. I've thought about doing that because I know it works. A/B testing on thumbnails is actually something that YouTube was going to integrate that for like General Joe to do anyway. And it was actually part, if you were a big channel, you had the ability to do that for a while. I don't know if they've removed it though. The problem is with doing that is it causes, there's a flip side of that, right? If you have, let's say 3 thumbnails and titles prepared for every video, and you start with one, and then an hour later you change to the second thumbnail and thumbnail and title and compare things like click-through rate and stuff. I mean, you might stumble across a title and a thumbnail that just performs better. There is one major drawback though, and it's that unfortunately you also run the risk of getting the same viewer clicking on your video twice, thinking it's a new video or a different video. then happens is that the very second that person realizes that they've actually already watched this video, they instantly dip. Now, what that does to YouTube is basically tell YouTube that your thumbnail and title is actually not what
Victory lies ahead.
is actually not that effective, because the bounce rate on the video then ends up being very, very high. So there's a significant drawback. You need a very large channel, probably larger than mine, before the benefits of A/B testing thumbnails outweighs the negatives. Somebody like Preach can probably get away with doing it, because if he posts a video with a single thumbnail and title, it's probably guaranteed 50k views anyway. If he can change the thumbnail and then take that video from 50k, finding a better variation of it, let's say that video then performs and does 200k views, you know, that's worthwhile having. That overcompensates the downsides caused by, you know, a few people re-clicking the same video. The greater good on that is, you know, advantageous still. If I was to try and start doing A/B testing on thumbnails, the problem is I could just as equally kill that video dead. And if you kill that video completely dead, it's also then going to have a knock-on effect to the next video that you post. And it's human psychology, right? Then people are going to be less inclined to click on your video in case it's just a rehash of the same video they've already watched again. You got to be careful trying to use these, you know, algorithm hacks. Find it irritating, not positive. Feels like they want to trick me and it comes over a bit desperate. It's unfortunate because it's just how YouTube works. Some titles and some thumbnails do just genuinely perform much better than others. But I tend to think that you're best off probably going video by video experience into what thumbnails and titles just work better for your audience, rather than swapping and changing the same video about. If you want more data, post more content, is the approach that I sort of think. This is why smaller channels probably should always start off, you know, posting a lot. Don't worry too much about the quality at the beginning, post a lot. This is why daily content is preferable for anybody trying to grow a YouTube channel, because it means every single day you've got another opportunity to get better at making thumbnails, get better at making videos, get better at making titles. You know, more experience to produce something better. If you only post one video a week, though, or worse yet, one video a month, then you don't have that many opportunities. So I guess you've got to do what you got to do. More chances of getting a hit video, which the algorithm likes. Yeah, this is it. This is why the clip channels do really well. Because clip channels are pumping content. Like, you know, somebody would be taking a 4-hour stream of, let's say, Yoldi Faithful Asmongold. A 4-hour stream of Asmongold could get easily turned into 50 30-second clips. And then it is just a numbers game, right? Of those 50 clips, which one is going to bang? One of them probably is. And the rest of them, it doesn't matter if they get 10 views. Hang on. Turn the quest in first. Senti, how we doing? Welcome. Good morning. Clips of BS, the revenue on those is laughable. Most people aren't doing it for the revenue. I categorically know for a fact, yes, the revenue on those is trash, but most people aren't doing it for the revenue. There's a much greater reason to do it, and it's straight up exposure. I mean, everybody who watches World of Warcraft content knows if you watch one Asmongold clip, your browse page for the next 3 days is going to be full of the fucking things. The exposure aspect of it is worth way more than a bit of AdSense revenue. Still waiting to find Manthias' YouTube shorts. I'm not going to lie, I have looked into... Now the problem is I don't really have any more hours in my day to do this myself. I would need to then start looking at outsourcing this. But I have, because I try, I've not been very good at this recently either, but I tend to put my Twitch VODs on YouTube. Right, I put the whole VOD up on YouTube, boom. People can watch it on the Manthias TV channel. The problem is I don't really do anything more with it, and even some days I completely forget to even upload the VOD. Realistically, the only reason I do it is for prosperity reasons, really, just so I can keep a log of what's going on, and what has been going on, and can occasionally refer back to things that I said a long ass time ago that I can't really remember. But I have thought about looking at maybe getting somebody to go through the stream and chop up highlights and clips for a very simple, dare I say it, almost spammy little channel of some sorts. Like I said, the problem is it's not great for revenue generation, nor is it very quick to do. People look at these 30-second clip channels and they're like, oh yeah, you just bang out a couple of clips, it's really quick and easy. Trust me, it is not. If I stream for 5 hours, it would take me an additional 5 hours to fully populate a clips channel. This is the problem, right? It would genuinely double my time investment every day to do it, which is why I would kind of need to... I've been looking into finding somebody to do it for me. I'm considering probably doing it on some sort of rev split of the channel. I'm not sure. Outsource clipping to the wife. She doesn't know her ass from her elbow about World of Warcraft. She didn't even know where I stream. This is why she phones me rather than like jumping into chat to ask me a question. Because it's just so foreign to her. There's no way I could, unfortunately. It would be nice if I could, but I don't think she's the right person for it. Not to mention she earns 3 times as much as I do. She's busy as it is. Last time I did clips, it took more than an hour to pop like 3 or 4 of them. Yeah, it's not a quick process. I'm very aware that it's not a quick process. The best solution for it is... the best solution is for me to find somebody that regularly watches the stream and understands the content in the first place and is probably tuning in to watch the stream live anyway, for them to take the clips channel. Probably because if they've already seen the content, it's significantly faster and easier to then... You know, if you've watched a film, you know where the good parts are in a film, you know? That's the theory. But if you have to watch the film first to find out where the good parts are in the film, it's twice the effort. And more importantly, you might not have actually caught the nuance of what the clip was in the first place or be able to do a great job of it. So yeah, I don't know. Obviously, doing it myself is very, very time-consuming. But I've considered, you know, maybe even if I only do it for like a week or 2 weeks, just to see what the damage is on my mental strain to do it, and if it's worthwhile. But yeah, we'll see if 2023 continues the way I hope it's to continue. I might have the ability to actually start paying somebody to do something like that. But we'll see. I have to understand my limitations of that I am still, in the grand scheme of things, a remarkably small content creator. I make a living out of it. I just about pay my own bills. But I've got some way to go before I can start comfortably paying other people's bills as well. It'd be nice if we could, though. Full of cheese lung, less dots, and DPSing the wrong mobs for knowledge points. I'd watch, though. I see, this is it. It's the TikTok theme, right? It's the TikTok formula. It's very, very quick and easy to get somebody's attention for 30 seconds. And if done right, it can be very powerful. I make a living out of it. I just about pay my own. Advert kicks in. Did it? Oh dear. Talk about timing. That's quite funny. I genuinely didn't plan that, honest. Four ads to fuck. Ad breaks are usually 90 seconds long, so however many ads Twitch feels it can squeeze in 90 seconds. I've considered actually on this basis upping the ad break to a 3-minute ad break, but only happening once an hour. It achieves the same thing. I might test that, you know, that's another one of those things. I might test it for a week to see. Because I can actually track in my dashboard every time Twitch plays an ad, my viewer numbers go down by a few. Totally natural for it to happen, but I can, if I actually do, if I was to do a single ad break an hour, but for 3 minutes, I could probably actually then try and hopefully time it with me taking a break in the game or something as well. The problem is that streaming doesn't naturally flow like that. This is the problem. This is not a broadcast, you know, this is not a well-oiled machine. There are very few streamers out there that can schedule hourly breaks in their content. Without them like constantly looking at the clock going, oh, I'm taking a break in 17 minutes. You know, it destroys the flow. Ads destroy the flow in the first place, but I don't know how to solve that problem. Twitch needs to solve that problem. If you do 3 minutes ads, I think at the end of it you should just say, and we're back. I kind of do. When I take a break myself, I kind of, you know, that's... Alrighty then, is kind of my phrase. A little Ace Ventura nod there.
Hello. Safe travels.
People not using ad blocker in 2023. Well, that's a difficult conversation to have, especially from somebody that makes a living from the adverts that people see. So, Whilst I do have ad block myself, it would be hypocritical for me to say you shouldn't use ad block. But it's it should be used with consideration, is the way I would look at it. If you are scouting dodgy areas of the internet, yes, use ad block. If you are consuming large quantities of somebody's entertainment, I don't think ad block in that scenario is quite as justified. But yeah, you do you. My fitness watch tells me to get up and stretch every hour. 3 minutes ads once an hour would fit in nicely with that. It's true. But then it means, you know, going that approach would mean that I would actually then start chunking my content to like hourly slots. What can I do in this hour? What can I do in that hour? Because I'm aware that there's then going to be a 3-minute break. Oh, what happens when I'm halfway through the feast and an ad break comes up? Do I just not do that feast? Do I, you know, it's it doesn't flow very well for streaming and for video gaming. Which has always been the problem. Which has always been until Twitch took it out. You know, when Twitch gave content creators the choice, when Twitch let people choose to run ads or not, people chose not to. Because it's quite simple. It's not a very fun thing to have to deal with as a viewer or a streamer. It's really frustrating. Given the choice, I'd get rid of all ads in a heartbeat. But I don't have that choice. Either I play ads periodically through the stream, and people can dip into the stream and, you know, not have to view an ad before they join the stream. Or I don't play any ads at all during the stream, but everybody that joins has to sit through a 30-second pre-roll ad before they can say hi. Now, I know for a fact that the lesser of two evils is doing a 90-second ad break every half hour. But it is just that. It is the lesser of two evils. So, yeah. Subscribe, problem gone. Well, that is true. If you engage in live stream content on the regular and you enjoy multiple streamers' content, I can fully understand to why you do not choose to subscribe to all of them individually. But at the very least, pick up Twitch Turbo over trying to use ad block. Twitch Turbo costs no more than the equivalent of 2 subs per month, but it means you will not see a single ad on the platform ever. I think that's a pretty fair compromise.
Come, tell us a tale.
Live in a third world country. I've never got ads because of that. I don't know why. But now I've started getting a version of the ad. Some pop-up comes up on the side of the screen and goes away in a few seconds. This is what really surprises me about Twitch and their ad policy, is that even if they do not have an ad to show you, they will still interrupt your content. And it almost feels like they do it out of spite. It's like, we haven't done our job properly and haven't found an advert to display to you, so we're just going to give you a black screen for 30 seconds. Because we feel that you should be interrupted the same as everybody. It's madness. Actual madness. Really crazy approach that they've taken. If they haven't done their job properly of, you know, building relationships with advertisers, and it's just stupid. It's not even a black screen, it's a screenshot. When it comes, they've done different things before. They've done, you know, they've put a big covered the entire screen, saying there is now an ad playing. They've done all sorts of wacky stuff. It's mad. I Don't know why they're deliberately making their platform worse, a worse viewer experience, just for the sake of a very small amount of additional revenue. If they're not displaying an ad, if they haven't sold an ad to display you, it doesn't make any sense. It's completely wild. Pretty much just watch you, so I'm a Patreon, and just stretch during the ads. I really wish I had some way to integrate Patreon with Twitch, that if you were a Patreon that I could offer you the same, you know, luxury of not having to view your ads. And fortunately Twitch has not, once again, Twitch has not developed the relationship with Patreon to facilitate that, unfortunately, even though it would very much be in the best interests of many of the content creators on their platform. It's not in the interest of their back pocket, so it probably won't happen, which is a shame. But if I could, let it be known, if I could, I would. Talking of Patreon, actually, if you happen to be a silver goblin over on Patreon, my TSM groups and operations will be available to you probably by the end of the week. I've nearly got them finished. Hearth to Valdraken, are we genuinely going all the way back over there? No, let's just fly. Bezos by Patreon, first warning. It's a shout, you know. It's a shout. Who owns Patreon? Is Patreon, is it privately owned still? Or is it owned by somebody else? I should know this, considering I'm on their platform, but...
I think I see a glimmer of something up there on that wall. Give it a climb.
Hey, look, we've nearly finished the Azure span. Does this mean we're in a position to... Woo! Look how close we are. We need to get to 24 with most of them.
Iskara needs fish. I hear the Korik Gleamlet has a boat able to tackle the river. Hop on and catch us some dinner.
How much is silver Patreon? I think it's €8 a month, or the equivalent in your currency, plus sales tax. I think. Oh, you got the screenshot? Oh, that's yeah, obviously that's that's an Amazon thing. That's what they refer to as an inlay ad. One that doesn't disrupt the stream itself, but still pops up to the side of the stream.
Welcome, welcome. May your catch come swiftly.
Oh, I've run out of vigor. How the hell have I run out of vigor? Of all things. Sheesh. Is Cities 2 on your wish list yet? It's on my radar. I mean, I tell you what, I haven't watched the trailer yet. Hang on. Let's chill on this rock. I need to see the trailer for this. Cities... Or City Skylines 2... It's sadly non-gameplay footage. My YouTube also seems to not want to work. What's going on here? No, not that. Hello? Google Chrome has been an absolute asshat the last couple of days. I don't know why. Trailer's not showing anything at all. I still haven't seen it. Hello, YouTube? Can we not be stupid, please? I keep getting weird out of memory errors in Google Chrome. I don't know why. I'm very clearly not out of memory. I'll maybe fix it later. System. Okay, that's fine. Has anybody got a link to it? Just download some more RAM? Yeah, I should. City Skylines 2. Announcement trailer. Alright, tunes, chill. Let's if you can dream it, you can build it.
It's time to start from the beginning.
Not actual
Yet
gameplay.
evolve
Oh dear.
into something new. This
Roundabout
city
manager
has a
again.
story.
It's literally what City Skylines is in the first place.
Envision a world created by you. Your chance
Sequel is
to
coming in
shape the future.
2023. Coming this year then. Okay.
To create and inspire. Expand way up high. And
They've
bring
made it
life
like
to
some
your
movie
creations.
trailer.
New worlds to explore and pursue. Here, you are the visionary. You are the creator. You make cities.
2023, wish list it now. Well. Does Colossal Order have an actual... Colossal Order... Does Colossal Order have an actual YouTube channel? There's a city... Is that actually a legit City Skylines channel? Oh, maybe it is. Maybe I should have watched this one as well. Give that a like. Boop. That's the same one. It's going to be on Game Pass. Literally signed up to the 1 month free trial that came with my laptop that I bought a couple of years back. Do you remember how 90s games that had a total of 8 pixels had actual movie cutscenes? I do, yeah, that was quite funny. As long as they don't pull a SimCity 2013. See, the difference here is Colossal Order actually cares. Microsoft, it was just a cash grab. Biggest, fat, stinkiest cash grab you've ever experienced. So I suspect that this will do fine. Colossal Order, are they Swedish? Are they a Swedish development company? I'm not sure. It was EA, or either or, the same difference, you know. Did somebody mention the Final Fantasy VII movie cutscenes that were like literally feature-length films long? Finish, I think? No, Colossal Order are not Finnish. Are they? I could have swore they were... Okay, either or. Doesn't matter. Probably doesn't make a blind bit of difference anymore. But, yes, hyped for this. City Skylines 2. Yes, please. Yes, please. It'd be nice when we get a release date, I think. We'll get that on the pre-order for sure. Finish, I think. Wiki confirmed. Ah, there we go then. Oh, well, I'll absolutely throw them some hard-earned to play a new version of that game for sure. Massively enjoyed City Skylines. I know I haven't played it much on stream or YouTube or anything like that, but it's a game that I've definitely enjoyed and dip back into occasionally. And we'll be more than excited to play a second version of it. Oh, kill Frostbite? Who are we killing? Can't wait to build a city with its septic tank atop a mountain. I tell you what, I've seen some YouTube videos of City Skylines actually where they've clearly designed the most thumbnail clickable towns and cities where they've done like a poop mountain, literally just, you know, all the sewage works on top of a cliff and then, oh no, lightning struck. It's just shit flowing through the whole thing. Clearly designed solely for YouTube. Can you play it co-op? It's the sort of game my wife and I could play together. Not easily, unfortunately, as far as I'm aware. I don't think City Skylines is any more than single player. Although the modding scene in that game is outrageous, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's something like that. A game that both you and your wife can play together. Now, I wouldn't necessarily suggest this overly such, but multiplayer Factorio. If you've got a really solid relationship and you're not scared of divorce in any way, shape or form, try playing Factorio with your other half. But, you know, let the risks be known. It's possible. Switch places or share a save. There's no real way of playing co-op. Yeah, I didn't think there was. I'd watch that series. Imagine that in divorce court. So, Manthias, Mrs. Manthias, why are you choosing to get a divorce? Well, she clearly doesn't know how to make an optimized green circuit build, does she? So, yeah, it's just not gonna happen. She wanted to use hazard concrete. Nope. Just pray the judge plays Factorio. Yeah. Well, the settlement is not going to be in your favour. Okay, there's the Azure span done. I think with Dragon Scale at 23, we only need to technically get to 24. No, I don't. 23 was actually enough. Haha, screw you, game. 23 was good enough for Dragon Scale. So we need to make our way. Let's just do this sensibly. Let's now close you. You've done your job, Zygor. Thank you very much. Well done. Let's head over to the Dragon Scale base camp. Turn in the remainder of our artifact things, because we'll probably get a little bit of a boost from that. Pick up our knowledge gain, which was the main reason we're doing it in the first place. Take the Waygate. Ah, yeah, but, you know, might miss out on some rares or something on the route. We play Townscape at the moment. She gets pissed at me when I don't finish all the tasks. I do tend to feel that in most circumstances, attempting to play video games with your other half is maybe not that sensible. Unless you are one of those couples that, you know, you stumbled across each other through the tavern in Goldshire, then maybe it's probably not too wise to play games together. I always forget the waygates too. It's silly because for me, if I just shift click on the map because of Zygor, it'll tell me to take them, but I still kind of forget and ignore them. Right, it's probably you that's going to give me my knowledge points, right?
Interested in some fine
Expedition
goods?
crafting knowledge. Here we go. Here's some enchanting knowledge. Yoink.
More goods.
That's
Let
what
me
we
know.
wanted. Is there also... Might be a good time to double check that we've got all the recipes that we need. As we're here.
We'll have plenty for you next time.
We've got a married couple that's GM and raid leader of our guild. They met in-game, though.
There's
I've
nothing I can't
listened
scale.
to and
Don't
watched
forget to write.
more than enough of drama time to steer clear of that situation. I've heard far too many horror stories to want to go anywhere near that shenanigans. Is it really even worth me buying a 389 pair of legs, even though they are technically an upgrade? I mean, it couldn't hurt, could it? It's a 12% upgrade.
I'll see you before you see me.
Where did they go?
What can I do for you? Look always to the sea. Smooth sailing. Keep the wind in your sails. Lord Admiral's favour, friend. Safe passage to you. Keep the wind in your sails. Safe passage to you. Ahoy! Look always to the sea. Good day to you. Smooth sailing. Lord Admiral's favour,
Okay,
friend.
there we go.
Look always
That
to the
is the rep that we... Whoops. That is the rep that we have obtained. We are nearly 24. We'll accidentally stumble across 25. No issues there. Centaurs. Still need to get to 24 with the centaurs. Still need to get to 24. How do we get a quick renown level with the centaurs then? Technically, I still have my 3 hunts to do this week. I also have 4 hunting trophies. Okay, not as many as I suspected. Let's bang out some hunts real quickly. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, though. Bear with me, boys and girls. I'll be back in 2. Okay. Right, where do we get to? Oh, yeah, we need to go bang out a few hunts, don't we? The alternative is, I do have a boatload of tokens, knowledge tokens on my main. I could cheese it that way. Let's do the hunts real quickly. Let's see how far we get with the hunts. Where are the hunts at the moment? Azure span. Actually, we need to go visit the fishy fellas anyway, don't we? The fishy fellas. Ah, same scenario. We're like half a renown level away. Feast. Feast active in 46 minutes. Feast and then buy some fish, maybe. We'll see. And then Valdrakken. We can go and get some knowledge points from Valdrakken. Okay, let's get some hunts on the go. Let's get some hunts. We're nearly there. Oh my god, it's going to feel so good once I've got this character, like, done. Not just all of the recipes, but also all of the knowledge points from the renown trees as well. Do the weekly quest for 2500 rep token of your choice, if not already. I have done it already. I've done it on all of my alts this week. I finished those yesterday. I think I probably chose to use most of them on Valdrakken because it's the one faction that there isn't really easily something that can just be done. Although most of my alts are actually in a pretty good place with Valdrakken because the weekly profession quests every week are gaining Valdrakken reps, so I was much high. This is why Valdrakken is technically my highest faction on most of my alts already. And if I was to go and do Thaldraszus, I'd hit 30, I reckon, anyway, just accidentally. Where are the hunts, then? I wonder... God damn, 2x4 farms all over the place, but is there genuinely not a group for hunts up? That's gross. I do think I really should have taken way more advantage of the grand hunts in the first few weeks of the expansion. Because there used to be like permanent 24/7 hunt groups up, but not so much anymore again, unfortunately. Second consecutive day of 8-hour maintenance. I thought today might be 10.0.7, but no. Yeah, I do think they're just going to spring it on us, to be honest. My only problem is that through my very, very brief testing on the PTR, it didn't look particularly finished. It didn't look very polished. But then again, Dragonflight hasn't looked or felt particularly polished.
The creatures here are frenzied. Kill them, quickly!
Yeah, the memory leak is still up. I was questioned the other day, or not me personally, but this was in the Discord. People were talking about, like, what is the overarching disappointment with goal making in Dragonflight, if there is one. And a few people were like, you know, knowledge point gains and professions and stuff like this. I went with the theory that the thing that's probably frustrated me more than anything else is the outrageous amount of bugs and exploits that Dragonflight has had in crafting and in the professions in general. One thing that WoW's historically been pretty good at, if you can sort of give it credit where credit's due, is that they've usually been pretty good at keeping the exploits and bugs in the economy, at least, to a minimum. You know, for many, many years, it was nothing more than a rumor that, you know, there was like duplication exploits and stuff. Even though those that knew, they were still dealt with very quickly, very effectively, and they didn't turn up all that often. And the process of actually, if you ever worked out what the process was to do one, you quickly realized that you had to be doing some real weird and wacky shit. Whereas unfortunately, this expansion, there has been so many. I mean, I genuinely think there's been more bugs and exploits in this expansion for crafting and for the economy than there has been in the last 3 or 4 expansions in its entirety, which has led to problems, right? Because a player-driven economy like WoW has needs a solid foundation. If there's too many bugs or exploits, it's like building a house on sand. You don't really have much confidence that it's going to do its thing properly. It's problematic. And I don't like it. But what are you going to do? The other day I was talking to a game designer who works on a top 5 Android game, and he couldn't believe that a memory leak made it into the release version of WoW, of all things. It's bonkers. Like, it's crazy that not only is there a memory leak in the first place, the fact that it's persistent. And it's easily repeatable. And it's fundamental to the way the game works, and it hasn't been fixed. It's crazy. And this is a AAA game, with a $1 billion company behind it, that they haven't fixed such a fundamental problem in the game. And it wouldn't surprise me if it's leading to more issues. I can nearly guarantee that if you know what you're doing, you can exploit that in some way, shape or form. Now, it shouldn't come to that, but yeah, it's problematic. Do you still think that the alchemy daily cooldown is good gold? Probably not. It never was good gold in the first place. It was gold, but good gold is questionable. You'd make more gold doing a world quest in the same time. The conversion of 2 items into another item will always be very, very skinny margins at the best of times. You were just kind of hoping for multi-craft procs, to be honest. It's something to have up and running maybe on lots of alts if you happen to have lots of alts, but once again, it's never going to make anybody rich. It's too easy. You talking about the crashes that happen in the Prime list tomorrow? No, when you're doing any extensive amount of crafting for any period of time, say for example you're prospecting or you're crafting Wildercloth bolts or anything that is a craft all function, anything where you press craft all and it just sits and it does a process many times. Prospecting is a big one for this. It causes a memory leak. And what ultimately happens is that WoW then ends up taking more and more of your system resources until eventually your computer crashes.
Speak up.
Pretty fundamental problem to have in a piece of software, right? kind of something that I would imagine if you go through any form of formal training or education on programming, you get taught that is not a good thing to have and you should get rid of them very quickly, because they cause much greater problems. Now, it's a client-side memory leak. Can you imagine if it was a server-side memory leak? It would literally just repeatedly crash the servers if there were too many people prospecting at once. It's madness, but because it's a client-side one, they don't seem to want to fix it for some reason. Oh, if somebody's computer crashes, their computer crashes. They don't seem to care. I've seen screenshots of WoW taking up to 67 gig of RAM. Yeah, I mean, I've got 64 gig of DDR5 RAM. This is a brand new computer with a lot of system resources, and it still happens on mine, and I've been like 40, 50 gig of RAM prospecting, utilized by WoW until I remembered it and, you know, reloaded. It's madness that it's actually a thing even. Talking of bugs, all of a sudden my enchantment Xiaomi can't use any of the melee attacks. They're grayed out and it says I need a melee weapon equipped. Dagger and mace. The same thing see, there was a bug in the... That sounds like the exact same bug that happened in the beta for hunters. There was a problem to that you got given a quest weapon that was sticky. The debuff on it was, I seem to remember it being a sticky debuff that you had to somehow shake and get rid of before it would register that you put your weapons back on or something silly. Either change specs or an arena, is it an arena skirmish sometimes fixes it? Because an arena skirmish will purge any buffs or debuffs off your character.
Collect the remaining hunting gear.
Either way, yeah, it's just so many little weird and wacky issues that shouldn't have been realistically in the game. And if there was a proper, you know, proper quality control system in place, probably wouldn't last very long, but hey. Crafting profession makes it tenfold worse, but the leak exists without it too. I've had WoW crash from just regular play after 10 hours on 3 accounts when I've not crafted anything. It's mad. It shouldn't be a thing. It really shouldn't. I can't quite work out how a company the size of Blizzard's doesn't have the technicians in place to resolve things like that.
Quickly.
It just does not make any sense. How is there not a single person who is able to resolve, like, madness, wild. We're just killing stuff, are we? Simple, they fired them all. Right, this is our second one. I'll get these 3 hunts done. Then we'll see what reputation we still need, and we'll probably just finish the rest off with some rep tokens. Or alternatively, I just wait till tomorrow, because the Aiding the Accord quest will come back round again tomorrow because it's reset. Or alternatively, maybe I should use some of the tokens I already have to cap the renown on these characters, on this character, so that then this one also gets bind on account tokens. Decisions.
Come out and hunt if you are up to the challenge. This quarry is strong and relentless.
When most of your billion-dollar company's made out of marketing employees. Yeah, clearly. They're following the Game Freak's approach, replace old with new developers constantly to make a shit game because people will still buy their game. Am I strange for going back to Shadowlands for achievement hunting? No, not at all. I did exactly the same thing a few days ago. I was in Torghast a few days ago grabbing achievements. Honestly, while it sounds weird, it's good to, you know, keep things fresh, to change the pace a little bit. It's a very sensible thing to do. Take a day to just do something completely random that's got nothing to do with what you regularly do. Just to keep, you know... already did the I like camp for rep with... Oh, I haven't actually. I could probably do the camp as well. That's only a few quests. We can get that done pretty quick and easy, can't we? Profit and greed will always win over quality. This is why I tend to think that outside of WoW, some of my favourite games are now, and I think this is a trend, which I hope is a trend that continues to be a trend, that some of the best games produced nowadays are not from AAA developers. Some of the most well-known and well-established IPs are from AAA developers, but some of the best games, quite consistently recently, have come from smaller development companies that are still doing it with a sense of passion. City Skylines with Colossal Order. You know, Factorio is produced by a tiny quantity of people, but is arguably one of the best games ever made. Satisfactory is also very, very good in the same similar genre. There's loads of games that come from much smaller development companies that are wildly better than most of the shit that gets pumped out by AAA developers. Your Activisions, your Ubisofts, any game development company that is actually owned directly by a major publisher, it's only a matter of time, I think, before... Sorry, Mr. Gumdrops. I'm not throwing you under the bus there directly, but I do tend to feel that if I see another Assassin's Creed, I might cry. But I think you get my point, right? That there's not as much love in these big companies, I don't feel, anymore. The bottom line tends to... Oh, hang on. I'm trying to do hunts, aren't I? Where did the flipping hunt disappear to? Ah, it's all the way over there. That's why I can't find it. Good job, there's about half a dozen new Assassin's Creeds coming up. Hey, bread and butter. You don't kill your cash cow. You milk it till it's dry. Where's bag number 2? There's bag number 2. Cough, Skyrim. Hey, the biggest one, and my favourite one, for milking it until it's dry. Good old Grand Theft Auto. Oh my days. Are they taking the piss now with that or what? Are we on the 3rd console generation now of GTA 5? It came out on the PS3. It persisted through PlayStation 4 and is now featured aggressively on PlayStation 5. Whispering Band. Ooh, Disenchant.
Out with it. Hostile creatures roam this
To be fair, GTA 5 has held up very well. I'm not gonna lie, I do get the itch to play GTA 5 again. Not any form of multiplayer. The multiplayer can suck a fat one. And I'm not a GTA RP fan in any way, shape, or form, but I do, from time to time, kind of want to just play through the story of GTA 5 again. It was super cool. I mean, it does make sense that they've tried to cash cow it like an absolute crazy person for over a decade, it feels, at this point. Because I do still think GTA 5 was one of the best games ever made. I would just love to see a GTA 6 be even better. Trevor is easily one of the best characters ever made in a video game ever. Easily. He's an absolute work of art, that character. He is so funny, and he taps into, like, I don't know, he's somewhat weirdly relatable, even though he's fucking mental. I think that's why people like it. You're right there in a way. There's been similar sentiments shared by devs internally that have been reported on. Ubisoft is very formulaic, but I don't think there has been time to see change after the editorial and creative executive team were revamped a bit ago. Yeah, it's different. It's like, it's because the bigger the company, the slower they move. Indie companies are agile. They can drop a game. You know. They always relate to it as ships, don't they? You know, a small little rubber boat, 2-man rubber boat can turn on a sixpence. There's an old English phrase that most people don't know. But, you know, a big, massive, great big warship, if it wants to change direction, it can take fucking hours. That thing's got a turning circle wider than somebody's mum. It's not easy. Which is actually why, dare I say it, that you got to give Blizzard some credit here, that whilst they are still a monstrously large company, they are quite capable. Now they're not, you know, implementation is different. Is a different story here, but they are still relatively nimble. You know, if they need to make significant sweeping changes to something, that they can do it. It takes, you know, they can't do it in 2 months, but, you know, give them a year, give them 18 months, give them the length of an expansion, and they can kind of reevaluate decisions and go in a different direction. Google had the answer, by the way, although apparently Shamis can wield daggers. Abilities such as Storm Strike require a one-handed mace, axe, or a fist weapon. Oh. So maybe stop ninjaing all the daggers, you donkey. I think that relies on having the resources and infrastructure set up as well, though. Double-edged sword being a big or small as a company. True. True. I mean, there's always pros and cons, right? But hey, look. Now we get to kill the John Jones. The goat. Oh, I thought that was it. Okay, not it. Nests cleared. Okay. I keep trying to follow Zygor, which is the wrong thing to do. the end of the day, the people making the games are passionate about it, regardless of whether they're in a big or small company. The company is the layer that gets out of touch or makes decisions that don't sit well with devs or players. Yeah, this is why I've never been a particularly big fan of the publishers. I think the day of the publisher is just not realistically not particularly needed, right? Publishers are in their most effective back before the digital age. Since the digital age has really flourished, they're struggling to maintain their position in the market. Their necessity to publish, they don't need it anymore. You post it on a server and people download it. There's like the publishing of it is, I mean, obviously I know marketing and stuff comes into it, but most companies can publish their own shit nowadays. There doesn't strictly need to be. There's nowhere near the need for that kind of a, company. I mean, if you want a slightly better example, look at the newspaper industry. Newspapers are fighting tooth and nail to, remain relevant. And so in the gaming industry especially, the solution to this by publishers was like, quick shit, buy everybody. Just buy everybody, then nobody has a choice. Buy everybody, maintain market dominance, and maintain survival that way. And good old Bobby Kotick is a prime example of this absolute shit show. Remember when long distance calls were a thing? Back in my day. It's funny, I talk to my niece and nephew quite frequently, who are 19 and 17 or something. They went to London once for a vacation. They genuinely did not know what a phone box was. What is that red box in the street? And to me, that's something of my generation still. And yet they absolutely 100% had no genuine idea at all what a phone box was. Why do you need a box in the middle of the street with a phone in it? On a what? They were just completely perplexed. No idea what was going on. So yeah, your long distance phone calls, sure. Landline telephones, phone boxes. If it wasn't for Doctor Who, nobody'd fucking know what a phone box was. Genuinely. No calls before 6 o'clock was more expensive, yeah. There we go. There's me 3 of those done. 8, 12, and a bunch more. Let's go hand these in then. Let's go hand these in and see where we get with the centaurs. We're close. Very, very close. And here I was thinking it's called a phone booth. I think phone booth was more the American descriptor of it. In the UK we called them phone boxes, because that's what it is. It's a box with a phone in it. And we painted them red. And they were usually Fantastically good at advertising hookers. Glad I said that whilst an ad was in progress. Right, 50 tokens. That's like a single renown, right? Surely, 50 tokens.
Then. Go well. What roads have you traveled? Good luck. Trust your eagle eye. Off with you then. Stay sharp.
Oh, apparently it wasn't. Oh, okay. Okay. We need not a lot of reputation. Let's do the dailies for one of these camp places. That, along with a couple of rep tokens from our main, should get us across the finish line. If everything goes to plan. I thought Phone Booth was the film. Oh, that's true, yeah. Is that Keanu Reeves? No. Who was in Phone Booth? Yeah, who was in Phone Booth? I vaguely remember that.
How is your health? May your arrow always fly true.
Whoa, I didn't mean to press that button. Extra zooms.
The weather is turning.
Return wandering fella to the... Oh, this one is an absolute shit show. I hate this quest. Right. Stand behind a goat and hope he goes in the right direction. Go on, shoo. A rear end a goat look and just hope that it all goes to plan. You can't get too close or you spook him. You know, any more than the tip and he doesn't like it. Oh, easy now. It's not often you can get away with a bestiality joke on stream, is it? Oh, be careful. I'll get myself cancelled one day. Move, you damn donkey! See, this is my point. Now he's stuck. He's stuck sniffing another goat butt. Out the way. Go. Son of a... I gotta get there. Oh, this quest. Can we reverse? Oh, okay. Right. Do you need to go the scenic route? Can we take you the scenic route? Go on. Round the rock. Go on, my son. Go on. Yes. Hey, that way. Go on. Easy now. Easy now. Oh, thank God. Stupid goddamn quest. We've had the quest for like several expansions. How did they manage to break it? Oh, it's probably because they, you know, they made a blue helmet drop from Onyxia that clearly broke it. You know, it doesn't need to make any sense. Spaghetti code for the win. Bring the otters to the Huntmaster. Hello? Where's the Huntmaster? This way. Do I have to do this one by one? Oh, Lord. Oi, chill out. No, chill. What? I know what... I genuinely know why I don't do these quests. No, you son of a... They're infuriating. Why do Blizzard do this with daily quests? Make them so goddamn annoying. I think I'm getting hungry. I think my annoyance at these quests is a telltale sign that I'm getting hungry. My wife would tell me I'm getting hangry about now. Okay, there's one down. Is there another otter close to home? I really don't want to be going that far with it. Cannot see. Genuinely cannot see any otter holes. Hang on, there's one. Blizzard secretly invested in blood pressure medicine. Oh, Lord. Big Pharma's got their hands on World of Warcraft. We're done for. Now, just in case your ADHD wasn't bad enough. Chill out. Oh my God, that literally made me jump. The fact that he turned around. Poke a goat and find the otter hole. I think the designers were hangry too. Possibly. Maybe they just had Bobby Kotick breathing down their neck. Where do we take it? Oh, there we go. There's two. Two down. It'd be alright if you only had to do it once. Bring an otter back to the, you know... Why do we have to do it 3 times? Didn't they learn the lesson with the stupid goat one? They hotfixed that, didn't they? You had to do that 3 times to begin with. And people were like, fuck, no. I don't want to do it once, never mind 3 times. Now we need to ride an otter 3 times. Can I go the other way around the mountain? Is that going to work? Just click the button on cooldown. Oh, is that a thing? Does it? You're just bonking the otter on the head. You know, permanent state of concussion. If under a permanent state of concussion, it will obey all commands. Sounds very Blizzard, doesn't it? Sounds very Blizzard. Okay. 8 fragrant blooms now, apparently. That did work much better, though. I will give you that. It worked much, much better. Permanent state of sedation. Problem solved. Right, flowers. 1. That's a basket of fish. Nobody wants a basket of fish. The Bobby way. The Bobby bash. Or the Bobby bonk. Oh dear. We shouldn't jest. Should not make light heart of things that are not meant to be light-hearted. These things have got muffin pouches. Let's kill some of these. See, I have the problem. I have the real life problem that I approach difficult situations with humor, which has led in the past to get me into trouble. I'm not gonna lie. Because sometimes when you approach a difficult situation with humour, occasionally people are not in the mood to laugh. And it can be problematic. You know, oh, what's that? Your grand's died. Ah, well, you can see where I'm going with this, right? Not always is it totally appreciated to bring humour to the table. And it also doesn't help if you're not very funny. That's another downside of the whole situation. You bring humour to the table and you drop an absolute stinker of a joke, and then you got two problems on your hands. One, you've got somebody's bad news on your shoulders. And you've got the fact that you've made an absolute tit out of yourself. Are these going to be enough, do you reckon? These quests probably aren't going to be enough. I can't imagine we get this much reputation off like 3 quests. I'm going to have to leech my main for some rep tokens, aren't I? I'm sure I've got a few. It should be fine. I can never see anything in this little part of the map. Too much foliage. This was I actually saw somebody the other day talking about how, I wonder if it was on the subreddit. Somebody else might have seen this. It might have, not on the WoW Economy subreddit, the regular WoW one, where somebody had come along and was just like, the state of dungeons is horrific. It was another Doomer post. It was a Doomer post, but it did highlight a few very obvious things. Considering we were talking earlier about Blizzard's inability to patch a memory leak, which is, in many people's opinion, a very serious issue with a piece of software for it to cause a memory leak. Incredibly serious issue to have. That, you know, little things like they were talking about how you almost, this should not happen, right? This should not happen. When you pan your camera and the line of sight between you as a human being and your character is, you know, impeded, why does the trees just not go semi-transparent? Other games have had the ability to do that for years and years and years and years and years. Why does this happen? Why is there nothing that says that when your vision is hindered like this, which makes dungeons and raids, if you're trying to zoom out, a nightmare? Trees are the real affix. Move over, Grievous. We've got flipping trees to deal with. They made a very good point that it's just one of those quality of life things again that's completely overlooked. Why can I block my entire screen with a 7-pixel branch? It shouldn't happen, right? Little silly things like that is the element of quality control that has been missing from WoW for years now. And it's really frustrating for many because it's what Blizzard built their reputation on to begin with. You know, they had the tagline, "It's ready when it's ready." And that was something that they kind of adhered to for a long, long time. They weren't going to release something until it was ready. But you knew that when they did, it was going to be good. And over the last 10 years, it's just gone in the exact opposite direction. Of they'll release it when they release it, whether it's ready or not. And it means all of the polish, all of the stuff that arguably takes the most time, The tender loving care at the end of the day, the quality control, the player user experience is all the stuff that gets just lost when these companies are forced to work to aggressive deadlines. Maybe the bloke whose job it was to sort this problem out got upset because his gran died. Maybe. Maybe. Damn. So everybody should have 2 grands, right? It was incredible. I had it, you know, I used to work, a place I used to work, I used to have some members of staff that seemingly had many, many grandparents. I swear I had one person that phoned in at least 4 times in the space of 6 months telling me that he couldn't come in because his gran had died. It was incredible how many grandparents that fella had.
Be respectful.
Absolutely bananas.
Get some rest. May your arrow
His
always
parents
fly
must have
true.
been brothers and sisters or something because it was wild.
Be respectful.
Or Mormon with 12 wives, who knows?
Have you traveled?
Okay. I did all of that for like 400 rep. Okay. Oh, you are absolutely jesting. 2,463. I need 37 reputation. How do I get 37 reputation with the centaurs? Actually, the one token from my main. Is there a world quest that's just somewhere nearby? Do a hunt. Yeah, you're probably right. I should just do a hunt. Alright. One more hunt. One more hunt, unless there's a piss easy world quest. There's rarely centaur world quests, I've noticed. Almost none of them. I should go kill that rare, but... Alright. One more hunt. Kill a rare. So close. What's this quest, actually? I have a quest in my hands that is to do something. License to hunt. 200 centaur rep! How do we do this one? This is the one. Go. Money in the bank. Grab you, grab you, grab you. Can I steal you? Can I reach you? Yes, there we go. I'll stand in the middle of the lake, it's fine. It seems silly that I'm getting so excited for getting to 24 when I really should push to 25 for max, because then I get bind on account rep tokens from this dude as well, but that will probably come tomorrow when we do our record quest. I need another thing to press. There's one. Kill some dude. Is that this fella? You. Hey, there's a demon hunter doing it. Look. Do we think demon hunters are a success? The Drakthir, not demon hunters, sorry, Drakthir. Jesus, I see them so infrequently that I couldn't even remember what the damn things were called. Do we think that the Drakthir evokers have done well? What do we think? Has anybody actually bothered leveling one? Is anybody maining one? That's a really good question. That's usually a good indicator to how well they've done, if anybody's actually bothering to main them or not. From what I've heard, they're annoyingly difficult to play, which is problematic. Or should I say they have quite a steep learning curve. Still level 59 on mine. Don't care. Got the mounts. Made it all of 2 levels on 1. I find them very clunky. Yeah, these sort of tracks similar to what I've heard. I mean, I've not leveled one. I played with one on the beta, but was not. I thought they were kind of quite cool in a way. But the main thing that frustrated me is I just thought they looked wrong. I know that's kind of ironic coming from somebody that doesn't care about transmog or things in the slightest, but I still think that if I think of like a dragon class, if somebody told me that I'm going to be playing a dragon class, that's not what I would have expected to be playing.
For an adventure, trust your eagle eye.
So
My
yeah.
heart awaits you. Go well.
Goofy ass running animation. Looks jank, plays like a MOBA character. Oh dear. Nearly nobody's got a good thing to say about them. I worry if that's a problem. Because when in the past have we ever had a hero... Well, they're not even considered a hero class, are they? But like a new class added to the game that hasn't just been a raving success. Right? We had the Death Knight, which was a hero class, and quite genuinely, every man and their dog had... Wrath of the Lich King was just flooded with Death Knights because they were busted level OP for ages, and they were cool. Enough said. What else did we have? We had the Monk. The Monk was probably the closest to something that people didn't really care about. But it was also because it was a flipping panda, right? People weren't sold on the pandas in the first place, even though Mr. Pandaria ended up being a fantastic expansion. Shame it just looked like it fell out of Disney's arsehole. Then we had Demon Hunters. Demon Hunters are cool. Demon Hunters, I think, did really well. There was lots of people that were more than happy to switch to Demon Hunters. I-Beam, nothing more fun than just going bruh and everything in front of you dying. Nothing more fun than that. But then the Drakthir turn up, and they have like a weird, like a COVID breath that apparently heals people. I just don't think it works. It's not quite the same. You cough on me and make me feel better. That's not how it works. Breathe fire like a fucking dragon. It's, I don't know. I'll play one at some point. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt at some point. I'll level one, but I-Beam and Glide, only fun things on the Demon Hunter. Yeah. I loved it when the Demon Hunter showed up, lots of sales in leatherworking. I suspected, right? I went with the theory that being a leatherworker and speccing into mail was just cash in the bank, right? Because there would be a flood of evokers kicking about, buying up all of the gear. But I really don't think that's the case at all. I think you're probably still selling to more shamans and hunters than you are evokers, which is odd. Right, Dragon Scale though is done. Centaurs is done. Tuskars, we needed to get these to 24. Do I just buy some fish? Like, let's not fuck about. Do I just buy some fish? In fact, I care about the Tuskars so little on this character that I just send some tokens over for my main. And Valdrakken, we hit 24, so we got the thing there. Right, we got to go to the fish fellas. And fish fellas, a couple of tokens off my main character. And then this dude, apart from a quick trip back to Valdrakken to pick up the knowledge points, is actually 100%. Because I think he has every recipe and will have gained every freebie one-time knowledge. Recipes, apart from Alvin the Anvil, but, you know, that's a drop. We'll get that when we get it. The rest come through the spec trees, which is a matter of just farming more knowledge. Enchanting. Oh, hello. Didn't mean to move the whole thing. Enchanting. Spec tree, spec tree, spec tree, spec tree. I'm going to say this a few times. Spec tree. Spec tree again. More spec tree. Spec tree again. More spec tree. This will all come. Primal Mastery. I'm not buying it for stupid money. It's crazy expensive. Spec tree again. Spec tree. Spec tree. Okay, so yeah. Oh my god, we're nearly done on this character. And then we get the fun of actually spending the knowledge points on something. You know my tree problem, by the way? My tree problem would make dragon riding so much better. A transparency layer,
The gnome presence is a blight
like,
upon our lands.
in front of you.
Growing.
Oh my
It is
god.
time we put an end to this.
It would fix dragon riding very well. Only person I only know one person maining an evoker, and that's Hazel. None of my friends in Gilney's main one. That's interesting, you know. You know it's a hard sell when even the content creators don't jump on it. I suppose I can just stand here and do the soup, can't I? Considering I somehow am on an absolutely dead realm. I've done the soup already this week, but, you know, cheap reputation and that. I mean, somebody's got to be maining them. Because they are actually, in the right circumstances, quite powerful from what I understand. I just have been led to believe they're quite annoying to play. They were well represented in the MDI runs. Yeah, see, in that circle, you know, people don't care about how it feels to play. Don't be silly. Does it top the charts? If it tops the DPS charts, people are going to play it. But otherwise, if they top the charts in general, but you know, the general player base, if they don't latch onto it because it's not strictly the most fun class to play. Problems. They're the best healers in the raid. Echo used 2 on World First. Yeah, like I said, I mean, if they're good at what they do, then the top guys don't care. They're not playing it for the they're not playing for fun. You know, shit's on the line. I'm just going to send some rep tokens over. Send some rep tokens over. How much am I short? Like 1,500 rep. 3 rep tokens. Job done. Or should I just buy some fish? And then I've got to hand in the fish. I'm not going to actually look to... I don't think I care about leveling up the fishy fellas all that much on my other alts. Although, are they going to hold stupid knowledge points behind 24 again on the other 2 characters? I don't know. I kind of want to save my rep tokens for mostly my mage, because my mage is the character that I'm going to be less interested in actually lore mastering with. my paladin, my hunters, you know, it's AFK, it's easy mode. It's, you know, you don't have to think about it. On a mage, though, I actually have to think about playing it, which is why I'd rather boost it as much as I possibly can.
I have much to offer.
Okay, Tuskars, 500. 2 of those. Let's just take a few of those.
A pleasure, dude.
Always send them back. Mailbox. Mailbox, 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 mailbox. There's always one here. Huh, sold some diamonds. Didn't even know. Send to you. Some of those. Go. Almost 2 down. 2 down, 2 to go. Where's the mail? There's the mailbox. Yoink. 1, 2, 3. Oh shit. Miscalculated. Alright, 4. Round 24. Give me the knowledge points. Where do I get these knowledge points from then? You, maybe?
The day just became more interesting.
No, you're going to give me a bunch of
Pass
supplies.
your story along. Keep
They're usually
the
dished
balance
out as a...
preserved.
Is it from this dude in here, maybe? Surely not. Oh, I should turn in my fishy tokens and all. Forgot about that. I should have done that first.
Hello?
Oops.
Speak up now. Pass my stories along.
Oh, I didn't really have any. It's fine.
Oh, your wares may be better than mine.
Where do I get me
I'll put
knowledge
something
points
aside
from?
for you next time.
Now, you be careful out there.
It's where the big turtle arrives. Oh, they're over this way. Is it you?
Plenty to offer.
No. You sell backpacks.
Let's trade.
This one?
I have many things
Haha!
that might interest
Crafter's knowledge. Give me a book of enchanting knowledge.
Next
Yes,
time,
please. Thank you very
I'll
much.
have even better offerings. I look forward to trading again.
2 of them. 2 of them. Christmas. Boom. Yeah, boy. That should now be... It seems so silly leaving it here. But, you know, the last 5 renown levels will get them accidentally at some point, I'm sure. The last level will probably get this tomorrow. Same for Dragon Scale. We'll get 24 and 25 accidentally. Valdraken, we've already got it. We just need to go collect it. Okay. Oh my god. I might be done. Where do we collect these ones from? That's the question. This dude down here, maybe? Yeah, there we go. There's a question mark on his head. Yes! Blacksmithing knowledge points. Gimme, gimme. Holy shiitake, I've done it. Okay. Right, spend some points. 14 knowledge points. What was I trying to achieve? I was trying to unlock everything first, wasn't I? So we need 10 points in here to learn a sub-spec. Boom. And then we unlock this. And we apply changes. And we're going to need to put 10 points in here before we can unlock anything. So we could do with 16 points tomorrow. If we can get 16 points tomorrow, which might need us to trade in a couple of dragon shards, we can unlock 2 additional items tomorrow. Nice, 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 nice. We're getting there. In hindsight, what would I do differently this expansion? In hindsight, what would I do differently? In what regard? Because if you're strictly talking about making gold, in hindsight, I'd have just crafted and sold stuff. But I not so much deliberately, but most of you guys will have probably realized that I've taken the actual making of gold incredibly casually in Dragonflight. In terms of I'm not sat at the auction house cancel scanning. I made it a definitive decision to not stand at the auction house cancel scanning all day. I wanted to be doing all of this. I wanted to be going out, completing the quests, grinding the reputations, getting the patterns. As I was more interested in focusing on the skill trees more than I was actually crafting and selling stuff. Similar, for reasons similar to today's video, that once you've got this done, it's done. So, in hindsight, if I wanted to actually increase the amount of gold that I own, yeah, I should have probably made some stuff. And I should have probably tried a bit harder to sell some stuff. But that's not really a hindsight thing, because I kind of knew how, that's something I should have done anyway. I don't know if I have any hindsight differences. I don't really are any. I've been, very happy with how Dragonflight's played out. It's a lot of people are not overly impressed with it. But for me personally, it's borderline perfect. It leads perfectly into what I enjoy doing, which is tinkering and playing with professions and gathering stuff around the professions. But I was lucky. I came into Dragonflight with more gold than I know what to do with, so I wasn't overly keen on just grinding to make more. One hindsight, actually, one thing I would have done more so would have been to have jumped on the gathering hype train a lot earlier. The first couple of weeks of the expansion, oh my god, the amount of gold you could have made by gathering was on another level. And it completely flew under the radar for most people, even me. I knew the materials were going to be expensive, but generally speaking, the first 3-4 weeks of the expansion, people were making 150 to 200,000 gold an hour, which is ridiculous money, even like for the start of an expansion. I would have probably jumped on that, not because I needed or wanted the gold, but just because when an opportunity is that good, it's silly to not do it, I started Dragonflight with 60k gold. I now sit on 50 mil after not being spoilt by Shadowlands Legendary's crafting. This has been the most fun gold-making expansion. There's no way you've made 50 million gold without having an arsenal of characters, I presume. I would also, if I was to make assumptions on what you've been crafting and selling, I would say that if you were to have been crafting gear in any way, shape, or form, you absolutely must have a jewel crafter with the necklace recipe. If you've not been crafting gear, though, I suspect that alchemy has been absolutely bonkers for those that have known what they're doing with it. To have made 50 million gold, you've probably, like, alchemy, jewel crafting, early enchanting. Yeah, it's been crazy fun. I don't think I have it. At least maybe it's too early for hindsight stuff because we're still living in the first patch. But that's my only real thoughts on it. Where can I spend some points here? So I've got 16 points. I'm trying to gain flat skill. Another 10 points gives me 5 skill there. And we'll save the 6 points to probably spend again tomorrow. 4 more points on top of this. We get this plus 10 skill here as well. Solid. All professions, maxed tool, maxed regional material specs. When profit fell, I maxed gear on all the professions. Decent income from region and work orders now. Also have a community with 500 customers. Well, I mean, that definitely helps. First couple of weeks fishing, selling the fish, didn't make 50 million, but my coffers are pretty healthy. Yeah, it's like it's silly, right? Because I knew full well, I went into Dragonflight telling everybody that Dragonflight is going to be the gathering expansion. I think they were near to my exact words. If you want to make gold in Dragonflight, the way you do it is by gathering. Fishing, madness. Herbalism and mining, absolutely bonkers. 2x4 farming for cloth and essences, absolute madness. The funny thing is the one thing that slipped under the radar more than anything else is arguably the most obvious and basic one, which was herbalism and mining. People slept on herbalism and mining for a lot longer than I expected. Yeah. If I had the hindsight, I would do my weekly knowledge points on Wednesday every week instead of rushing 2 hours before we reset like I'm doing now. That's also true. Getting your basic stuff out of the way nice and early in the week would have left me a lot more time in the second half of the week. In fact, in hindsight, one hindsight thing I definitely would have done is, ironically, less prospecting. Oh my god, have I wasted so much time prospecting this expansion. I've made a boatload of gold by doing it, but I still consider it a massive waste of time because I didn't need that gold. I was doing it purely to prove a point that it could still be very profitable. And I spent hours doing it, and hours testing it, hours figuring out prospecting rates. I didn't need to do any of that shit. I didn't need to be doing any of that. And all of the time I spent prospecting could have been time doing, like what I've been doing on this character today, going out there, getting the reputation out the way. Prospecting is dopamine kick, though. That's different. Yeah, true. Maybe you need some luxuries occasionally, but 5 characters and 10 professions. An Excel sheet with coordinates for each character is a must. Takes me 30 to 40 minutes each character per week. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy. It's easy. You can bang it out quite quickly. But anyway, boys and girls, I think I'm going to leave it there for today. I'm going to go get me some food. There's a video already up on YouTube. If you haven't already, go check out today's video on YouTube. It's more of an, do I dare call it like an infomercial style video, in terms of the fact that it's not strictly it's the easiest way to describe today's video is it's simply reminding people that you should probably be out there keeping up with the profession knowledge points if you haven't already. So everybody go watch that. I'm going to love you and leave you. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll be back tomorrow, boys and girls. Have a good one. Peace. That was absolutely not the right link, was it? That was not the right link to the video. Hang on. Professional streamer. There we go. There we go. If you're going to click on a link, click on that one. See you later, boys and girls.